الله صلى الله عليه وسلم: الإيمان يماني والحكمة يماني.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu to everyone who's watching, and it's good to be back. Alhamdulillah, after a brief siesta, 2 months, if you want to call 2 months a brief siesta, but alhamdulillah, we are back with the Tanakh Dissected, episode something, but we're going through Genesis 5 to 7. I don't know which episode we're on. But alhamdulillah, joining.
Isn't this our 4th episode?
I think so.
Yeah, we're on episode 4, I think. Yeah, because it's episode 4 now.
There you go. I'm glad the brothers are keeping count. I forgot. So, well,
I had to count in my head too. I was like, wait, introduction, Jeremiah, Genesis 1, Genesis 3, Genesis 5. Okay, 4. So
yeah, that's true. That is true. Okay. So yeah, of course, many of you have been waiting for us to come back and to carry on with this series as well. Inshallah, in 2 weeks' time, we'll be going through the preservation of the Quran series as well. But we're going to have another break because obviously next month is the Ramadan. So we're not going to be doing this next month. So inshallah, we'll be coming back in April and then continuing on up until the winter period again. So please make dua for us that Allah gives us the ability, the strength, and the intellect and the honesty to be able to continue with the series, as well as other projects that we are working on, both as a collaborative as well as separately. So your du'as are greatly appreciated. But getting on with tonight, so we don't waste so much time, we're going to start looking at Genesis 5 through to 7. But just to remind everyone what we've been doing, we are looking at as much as we can with regards to the text to see what the reality is about not just the book of Genesis and the chapters that we've seen, but the entirety of the Tanakh. We want to look at the textual criticism, the textual traditions, otherwise known as the documentary hypothesis. We want to look at the history in which the Old Testament was potentially written and the surroundings that the Jews had around them in terms of people and places, the contradictions, if there are any contradictions within the text, and which contradictory texts could be reconciled. The theology, what are the problems of the theology, and of course the comparison with the Quran in response to those who say that not only that the Quran affirms the Bible somehow, but the Quran also copies or plagiarizes or borrows from the biblical scripture, especially with regards to the stories of the prophets. So this is what we'll be covering, inshallah. And of course, the team is here today, except for Fawad, who is having an extended siesta. But inshallah, make dua for him that everything goes well with him and his family. But brothers, how are you?
Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Wa alaikum assalam wa barakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Looking forward to today's presentation and then the next brief siesta. The coming of Ramadan. That's it's always amazing to witness Ramadan, and may Allah make our Ramadan and accept our fasting during Ramadan as well. But yes, today's we've got some juicy stuff to talk about today.
Yes, sir,
And
we do.
and I hope everybody is just as hyped up as we are. And let's see. You know what? Do we just get into it, or
Yeah,
does
we'll get into it.
anybody
I
have
just want to mention what's going to happen after our presentation. So, of course, as always, we're going to give our presentation, which, inshallah, will not go longer for 90 minutes. We always say this, but it tends to. But we're trying to keep it down as to make it as concise as possible, considering the amount of information that is out there. So, of course, whatever we present, we urge both Muslims and Christians and Jews to go out there and extend the research that we are bringing to you today. And of course, then we will be putting out the link for primarily Jews and Christians to come on and challenge what we have said, either correct us or prove to us that we have misread something or whatever it is, in order to be able to defend these chapters within the Old Testament. So with that being said, let's get into it. Faisal, do you want to take it?
Yep. Can you bring up the second presentation? It shows up the green. Yes.
Yes. Bismillah.
So yes, we're gonna look into Genesis 5-7, and I'll say this, that things start getting interesting with these chapters. So let's first take a look at the manuscripts that we have, and I'm going to focus on some of what do we have with the oldest manuscripts. Now, we know that the oldest extant manuscripts that we have today, and the oldest witnesses to the Old Testament, are the Dead Sea Scrolls primarily. And within the Dead Sea Scrolls, we don't find a lot when it comes to Genesis 5, 6, and 7. Genesis 5, there's the scroll 4Q2 Genesis that has some of the verse 13 in there, right? With partial visibility. And then Genesis 6, we do have verses 13-21 in scroll 6Q1 Paleogenesis. But for Genesis 7, we have nothing in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, scholars and researchers are still working on what exactly is visible and how visible it is, and if they can actually figure out ways to better read the scrolls and recreate what they can. But as far as the information goes right now, it's a very limited information there for Genesis 5-7. Now, putting all of Genesis 5-7 together, we have about 68 verses there, and only 10 verses out of those 68 are found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay, which is just about 15%, but that's being generous and not accounting for the missing parts of the verses or verses that are partial and so on. And this sort of takes the whole, bringing from Genesis 1-7. If we cover all of the those 7 chapters, right, we've only covered about 29% of the text, which means that 2/3 of the text is not in these scrolls at all. And this is again being generous and not accounting for the errors that are there. And the reason why we bring this up is because of the claim that the Old Testament can be traced back to the BC era, all the way to the 3rd century BC, which is not true. Some of the text has extant evidence which can be analyzed, but not all of it does. It's a stretch to say that all of the Old Testament has been confirmed, right? Okay, let's take a look. So,
Sorry, I'll just say that with that, because when we're saying Genesis 6, we have verses from 13-21, it makes it sound like, we have 7 we got
Yeah.
8 verses, but the reality is we actually have 20 words between verse 13 and 21. Just 20 words are extant.
Yeah.
So it's not so. Just for the people to understand that when we are saying these verses, yes, we've got we have these verses, but only in partiality. So just quickly, from verse 13, we have 1 word present in verse 13, 2 words present in verse 14, 3 words present in verse 15, 2 words present in verse 16, 2 again in 17, 3 in 18, 2 in 19, and 2 in 20. That's it. That's all there is in things. So there's 21 verses available. Sorry, 21 words available to us out of 9 verses that are extant between Genesis 5 and Genesis 7. So the question we want our Christians and Christian cousins and Jewish cousins to ask themselves is, how can you be so certain with regards to the text when you have 21 words extant from your earliest manuscripts over 3 chapters?
Yeah, and this is the interesting part about the historical method, that the way it is applied and the way these scholars are working. It's one of the biggest problems that we as Muslims have with this particular method, where these textual critics and these scholars of the historical method, when they're applying it, they insert their understanding into what the text should be and present that as this is what the text is, pretty much. Because at the end of the day, when a lay person is reading all of these texts from the Old Testament, the Dead Sea Scrolls, or any of the historical books, if you're going to pick that up, you're actually not going to find any of the text in there in the same way as you read the Masoretic text or some of the later manuscripts. What you're going to find are hints that this may have been referring to this particular passage. And then the scholar, because they've read the later books, they're filling into those texts that this is what this text might be talking about. And this is a huge problem when you look into it, because this is not necessarily going into and presenting the evidence as is. It's sort of extrapolating what the historical evidence might have been, right? All right. Okay, so let's talk a bit about textual variances, right? So there's quite a few textual variances, not necessarily hugely impactful one, but still something that are interesting to talk about, right? So when you're looking at Genesis 5, right, in 5:1, depending on which of the texts you're reading, it talks about this is the book of generation. The introduction of Genesis 5 is this is the book of generations, versus genealogy of men or Adam. That's in the Leningrad Codex. If you're reading the Septuagint, this is a book of the origin of men, etc. And Vulgate is also, this is the book of generation, offsprings of Adam. Genesis 5:2, where Leningrad Codex talks about created men or created Adam, right? And God created men or Adam, and then the Septuagint is where God made Adam, and in the Vulgate, it's pretty much God made man or human being. Adam is not mentioned by name in the Vulgate. 5:6-26, there are some differences in the naming convention of individuals, which you will expect, because if you're looking at the Vulgate versus the Greek Septuagint, and if you're looking at the Hebrew Hebrew text, there's definitely going to be some translations or transliterations which would be different. In some cases, names are used, names are transliterated. In other cases, we see that names have been translated, right? So those differences are there, and it's will although I'm not going into those details, but those are sort of just a small variances that people normally find there. Genesis 6 is where things are somewhat interesting, because in the Leningrad Codex, right, we see the use of the tetragrammaton in parts of the text. What's interesting is how within the text, within the chapter, in if you're looking at the original text, you would find that some of the statements include the tetragrammaton when God is mentioned, while in other cases only Elohim is being used and not the full tetragrammaton is being used, right? In the Septuagint, right, we see God being used, not necessarily the full tetragrammaton or any mention of Lord there. For example, in Genesis 6:6, Genesis 6:6 also talks about that God was grieved, whereas in the Septuagint, you actually find that this is changed to that he considered it, and he was not grieved in his heart, as it is written in the Hebrew text, right? The Vulgate is has a different physiology here, and touched by the inner pain of the heart. That's the literal meaning of the phrase used in the Vulgate, which is just shows, although this is not a significant variance, but it still shows how when texts are being copied over into different languages, meanings can be lost, or especially when phrases are being used to explain to the user what they mean, right? Genesis 6:7, and so Jehovah said, I will destroy the man, right? This is how the Hebrew text would be translated. However, when the translators of the Septuagint copied this over, they talk about, and God said, I will wipe off the men. Okay. The Vulgate fixes it somewhat. God says, I will destroy the men, essentially, right? So as we can see, there's variances in the text, and these are just some examples that I'm giving to help people understand how when we're looking at these texts, there are variances, and at times when you would look at different English translations, you'd find that certain scholars would prefer one textual tradition over the other, and they would use that in their translation. And that's why you have these versions of the Old Testament and the versions of like the English Standard Version or the Revised Standard Version, and all of these different versions that we see today. One of the other interesting one is the variance in genealogies between the Septuagint, the Masoretic text, the Samaritan Pentateuch, and also sort of we'll have a look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, because even though the Dead Sea Scrolls don't have much details on the Genesis 5, the Book of Jubilee does have some information which gives us the genealogies. So let's take a look at this.
Before we move on, we just got a couple of comments. I just want to quickly, considering it's our first time back. So we got first one here. Hello, Muslims. Why are you so obsessed with the Bible like that? Notice your Quran did not have diacritical marks too. Now, come on. If you're paying attention, we're only 20 minutes in. If you're paying attention, we've said there are only 21 words present in your earliest extant manuscripts over 3 chapters. There is nothing like this with regards to the Quran. This is not a question of diacritical marks. We know that the Hebrew was written without diacritical marks. That's not the question. That's not the thing we're discussing. So please pay attention. This individual is asking, is Yahweh really the name of Allah? No. Very simple thing. And we have one here. There are differences in translation. We also see changes when the Quran is translated into English. So if we are going to call this corruption, I think it works both ways. None of us here were talking about the English translation of the extant manuscripts or the or any of the manuscripts, whether it's the Septuagint, whether it's the Samaritan Pentateuch, whether it's a Masoretic text, whether it's Dead Sea Scrolls. We're talking about the original language. We're talking about the Hebrew as it is found in those texts.
Yeah, and I do want to add something in here, because this is a misrepresentation of the Quran as we understand it. We don't say the English translation is the Quran. No Muslim would ever agree with that statement. So what we say, that the English translation is a translation of the meaning of the Quran. It's never an exact word to word
Translation,
translation, right? And it doesn't convey all the different meanings that you would get from the Arabic text, right? So as far as the Arabic text of the Quran is concerned, it's uncorrupted. It stands for itself, and there's no way that you can question that there's any corruption in there.
exactly.
When it comes to the meanings of the translation of the meanings of the Quran, yes, some of that includes the interpretation of the translator of what they understand from the meaning of the Quran. It is limited because no translator is able to convey the full length and breadth of the meaning of the Quran, right? And that is a limitation with translations. What we are talking about here,
Go.
yeah, I just want to finish it up. What we're talking about here, when we talk about the versions, the English Standard Version versus the Revised Standard Version versus the King James Version, and all of these different versions, is that they're using different sources. They're giving different level of different weights to these different sources. So someone may decide that the text written in the Samaritan Pentateuch is more reliable than what we're getting from the Masoretic text. Or they may say that the Septuagint in a particular case is more reliable than the Masoretic text, and they're not translating the Masoretic text for that particular verse, but they're using the translation from the Samaritan Pentateuch or the Septuagint or even the Dead Sea Scroll, right? So the question now becomes, is that the same? No, it's not. It's different textual traditions completely, different texts written by different people at different times, and sometimes in even different languages. When it's being translated into English, you have all of these different versions of the Old Testament and sometimes of the New Testament as well. So it's completely not the same.
Yeah. So I just brought these comments up just to show the non-Muslims that we are paying attention to what they're saying. However, I would ask, as it says on the banner below, please wait for our presentation to conclude. Pay attention to what is being said and the evidence that is being provided, and we will be sending out the link for you to challenge anything that we have said. You don't have to challenge every single point. You can pick something that you feel you are strongest in, feel that you are capable of responding and proving us wrong on a particular point, and we can address that, no problem whatsoever. However, what I did is just to acknowledge what you guys are saying in the chat, but please hold fire until obviously, continue talking in the chat, but hold fire until we send out the link for these sort of questions, please. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So let's go to the next one. Right. We talk about genealogies. Now, this is where things get a bit more interesting. And we find this with a lot of places where the Bible dives into numbers. And we know that a lot of people, they're getting this wrong, or they're not really being consistent with it. In addition to this, as we would see here, there are differences in the genealogies themselves between the different textual traditions. The Masoretic text, as we can see, Adam begetting age is 130, his lifespan is 930 years, 800 years remaining life. Okay, now if you look at the Septuagint, the begetting age for Adam is 230 years. Okay, which means that his remaining life after he had his son is 700 years. Lifespan stays the same. Samaritan Pentateuch is in line with the Masoretic text, but we see that there is a difference between these two ages. Now, depending on which one of these texts you pick up, you arrive at different dates on when life actually began on Earth, or human beings actually came on Earth, right? Now, going down the list, people can take a screenshot, or they can look up details of detailed work done by a different number of people on this particular matter. I basically took the work from Henry Smith Jr., right, and his work on this, okay, which talks about how these genealogies are different in each of these textual traditions. Now, we also see this as if you look at, for example, the next one is Seth, right? 105 to 205 years, right? Enosh, 90 years versus 190 years in the Septuagint, right? And then so on. Now, for some of them, the ages are different as well. For example, Jared, lifespan of 962 years in both the Masoretic text and the Septuagint, but then the Samaritan Pentateuch is 847 years. So what's happening there? Now, this is what I mean by which of the tradition you're going to pick up, and depending on that particular tradition, you arrive at a different text. So if a particular scholar of the Old Testament, when they're putting together a translation, right, and they decide to go with the Masoretic text as the base text, which is reliable, we will get what we're seeing in the Masoretic text as the genealogies. But if you go with the Septuagint, you'll see something completely different, right? And if you go with the Samaritan Pentateuch, you'll see a very different genealogy, and when everyone was born, and when did they beget, and so on. Now, this is from a Islamic point of view. We don't necessarily care much about it, right? But do remember that young Earth creationists, they use this religiously to determine the age of the Earth. Yeah.
I would say even more to that point. As you said, from an Islamic perspective, we don't care about the ages. It makes no difference one way or the other. However, for these, especially for the Jews who believe in the 13 principles of faith, particularly the part that speaks about the Torah being preserved. Now, we know that the Torah was not revealed with variance in any way, shape, or form. So this actually, what we are displaying here actually violates a core doctrine of the Jewish faith, which is that the Torah is preserved.
Yeah.
So this is where the while it may not seem like anything to us or even to them, considering the ages in terms of its ramifications, on that point, yeah, sure. But the ramifications show when you take it back to the creed. What is the creed of the Jews? it is that the Torah is preserved. They have to believe that it's preserved. But the Tikkun Sefarim, which exists to restore the text, which exists to this day, is obviously contrary to that. So what is going on? These are the questions that we're asking. I just want to remind the people why even nimble and seeming insignificant points are being raised within this presentation. It's because it actually does deal with the core doctrine of Judaism.
Yeah, and just to add to that point, right? If you bring in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it gives you a completely different genealogy, right? And we've not even talked about the Book of Jubilees and what's written in the Book of Jubilees, because the total number of years that we're looking at, number one, the Book of Jubilees, the names within the book are very different from the names that we have for the patriarchs in here. Okay. And then the begetting ages are different. The ages at which how long everybody lived is different, and the date that you would arrive at as the beginning of creation would be different. So it's almost like 3,000 years if you're looking at the Septuagint, compared to about 2,000 years if you're looking at the Masoretic texts. 1,800 or 1,900 years or so in the Book of Jubilees, and almost 2,200, 2,300 years in the Samaritan Pentateuch. So these variances show that whoever was writing, they weren't being completely honest with wherever they were copying from. Okay, or even if they were being honest, they did make mistakes, and those mistakes carried on. All right, let's move ahead. Okay, so let's take a look at this, the chapter 5, 6, and 7 under the lens of the documentary hypothesis. Now, for those of you who are not too aware of the documentary hypothesis, it's one of the theories that states that when reading the Torah, the doublets and the different type of variations in language, in the structure of the language, and in how the story is being told, these variations are explained by understanding the text to be put together by mixing quite a few different sources, right? The oldest source is definitely the Yahweh source, which is around the 10th to the 9th century BCE. And then we do have the Elohim sources as well, which are between the 9th to the 8th century BCE. Let me actually just pick up my notes. Right, the Elohim, the 9th century BCE, right, essentially. And then those Yahwist and the Elohim sources, right, these were taken by the priestly sources around the 6th century BCE, right, which was combined by the Deuteronomical sources, right? Not the Deuteronomist sources, right? Which was a completely different line of history, which was being kept. As we know, the book of Deuteronomy repeats a lot of the laws and details given in the other four books of the Pentateuch, right? So those sources, all of them were combined, put together by someone, and then a redactor basically decided to make some edits here and there, and essentially we had a version of the Bible as we see it today, right? So this is definitely one of the theories out there. There are other theories which talk about how there are many different schools of sources, and these theories are equally valid. None of them can be proven 100% unless we can go back in time and take a look at how this book is being put together, right? But essentially, this is the way that these scholars try to make sense of the seemingly different texts, or the repetition of some texts, at times contradictory, and at other times just paradoxical, right? Within the Old Testament, right? Now, we also talked about the priestly source. We do want to make sure that you understand that the priestly source is believed to be around the time of Ezra, when the Israelites are coming back from the Babylonian exile, and they're rebuilding the temple, the Second Temple era, right? We know a lot of reforms were brought about during that time, right? And even the Bible talks about some of those reforms, the fact that Ezra uh, uh, put in some traditions in there for the reading of the Bible for the people, and so on, right? What we don't know is finally who took all of these texts, put them together, and acted as the editor, the redactor, and decided what changes they wanted to make, right? And whether or not these were just this was just one person, or if it was a sort of a school of individuals, uh, we don't know. We just know that things make sense because of the fact that somebody did review all of this, put it together, did their redactions, added something, removed other things which we probably don't know about, and then basically decided this is the text that should be used as the Hebrew Bible, right? So in light of that, we're actually going to use the work done by Dr. Joel Baden, who's a professor of the Hebrew Bible and the director of continuing education at the Yale Divinity School, right? And his works on um, on 5, 6, and 7 of Genesis, right? Okay. So there's some interesting observations that you would see, that you would notice here that when you separate these out, the genealogies in both 5 and 6 are primarily priestly sources, right? Only verse 29 in Genesis 5 is expected to be from the Yahweh source. The introductions to chapter 6 and the introduction to chapter 7 are both Yahweh's, okay? And then verses 1 to 5 of chapter 7 are a doublet to verses 13 to 22 of chapter 6. We'll also see that within the Yahweh sources, which we would look in the next 2 slides, right, it would talk about the flood from a more moral standpoint, right, and talk about the reasons why it happened, that it happened, and the consequences of it are more important, right, while it does delve into some mystical symbolisms, right, like talking about sons of God, the Nephilim, and those type of uh, those type of details are more in this Yahweh tradition. Do you want to add anything, Lucky?
No, just what do you want to answer this question quickly? Just to
Oh,
clarify.
the Yahweh source. They so when giving these names, this is the name given to the oldest source of the Old Testament according to the documentary hypothesis. And the reason why they sort of gave this name to these sources is this particular source is because of their use of the term of the tetragrammaton, consistent use of the tetragrammaton when they're talking about the God of the Jews, right? So these their work is primarily believed to be done around the 10th and the 9th century BCE, right? The Elohist sources are the ones that are identified as not using the tetragrammaton as consistently as the Yahwehs do, right? Whereas the priestlies, they are primarily not using the tetragrammaton as much, but they do sometimes resort to using the tetragrammaton. So that's essentially what it is. Priestly sources are way late compared to the Yahwist and the Elohist sources, right? The Yahwist and the Elohist pretty much being around the same time almost, right? And then the priestly sources coming way late, around the 6th century BC.
Yeah. So to clarify even further, as we've been going through this, we've been providing evidence, and after Faisal is done with the documentary hypothesis, Ali's going to come into the history of, you know, the Jews and what they were doing in that sort of period in time. But the reason why the Yahweh sources are earlier is because this is going back to when they are within the Babylonian era.
Before the Babylonian era.
Sorry, and even before that as well.
Yeah.
So when they were exiled and they didn't have a place to go, so they were mingling with various pagan groups throughout the Middle East, or the Near East, as it was known then. And this is what the scholars have said. They're saying that this Yahweh character, who is portrayed to be God, may not be the God of Israel. Rather, it is Elohim who's the God of Israel. Yahweh is a God, but not the God of Israel. But as you know, the Elohists came in, and the the restoration of the Torah came at the time of Ezra and everything. This is when things started to come back to its original teaching as such, but not quite there, because even after Ezra, then you've got Daniel, and there's a lot of other things that happen which causes even more paganism to seep in. But this is essentially where that research was going, and at the end of the day, you know, this is what we can see when examining the text as well, in terms of doublets and other characteristics.
Yeah. And one of the other things with the Yahweh sources is that the constant anthropomorphization of God,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And this sort of almost raising man into this deified status as well. So that's happening more frequently with the Yahwehs, right? The priestly sources, on the other hand, are very concerned with the bloodlines, right? Noah's bloodline
Yep.
is mentioned over and over. The
Mhm.
details about the ark, on how the ark is how the ark is put together, those type of details are specified. Dates and time and all of these type of details are very important to the priestly sources, right? And we'll see this in the next few paragraphs. And now,
Yeah.
again, this is work done by Christian and
Real
Jewish
quick,
scholars. Yeah, go ahead,
sorry,
Ali.
I just wanted to add, just to piggyback off what Al Yemeni said. So with the separation between the Yahweh source and the Elohim source, one of the biggest causes of the difference of separation was actually the splitting of the two kingdoms. So after the time of Solomon, when the northern kingdom, and by the way, the split was for a non-religious reason. It was really just political. So eventually, Solomon's son, I think it's Rehoboam. Well, I think that was his name. So yeah, the northern kingdom of Israel split from the southern kingdom of Judah, and the northern kingdom, and in the Bible, the northern kingdom is referred to sometimes as Ephraim. It's referred to sometimes as Samaria. So that's in representation of the northern kingdom. And that's when they decided, because they kind of separated themselves from Jerusalem, that's when they decided to take back the name, or to redact the Torah that they had. That's why you'd see the beginning of the Elohim source. So a lot of the times where it says Yahweh, they would just change it to Elohim. So that's why in the Elohim source you don't necessarily see Yahweh on it, because they would redact it into just saying Elohim for just as a way to, well, one of the scholars say it's as a way to separate themselves from the kingdom of Judah, because there's a understanding of who were the rightful followers. Was it the northern kingdom or was it the southern kingdom?
Yeah, Jazakallah khair, Ali. And it's very important to understand this history, to understand what is happening in the Bible, and why, when we're going through it, why do we find these doublets? Why do we find almost 2 accounts at times, and these type of different things start making sense when you look at the history, and then you actually realize that this book isn't necessarily as inspired as you're expecting it to be. All right. Okay, let's take a look. So we're going to go over the Yahwist account. I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but I'll just give you guys an idea. Take a look at the numbers. You guys can go back, take a look at this again, or take a snapshot if you want to. And Brother Yemni, can you put this full screen? Because the if you can.
That is full screen on for that we can see.
Oh, if you go on the slide, there should be a small white option there. If you click that, it should make it full screen. Then it's covering the whole screen. That might be.
Oh,
Yeah,
like that. Yep.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so if you're looking here, right, the Yahwist account, Genesis 5, we only have verse 29. Okay, and he called his name Noah, saying, "The same shall come for us concerning our work and toil of our hand," and so on. Right. Genesis 6 is the whole introduction is pretty much a Yahweh source. Okay, verse 9, according to the scholars, and specifically according to Professor Baden, right? Am I getting the name right? Sorry. Anyway, so according to the scholars, right, there's parts of it which is pre-C source, the rest of it is Yahweh's. What is it talking about? And this is where you would see that it's very mystical. And it came to pass when man began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, and they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. Right. So, interestingly enough, we don't really know who the sons of God are, right? Because some of the traditions actually translate this into angels or divine beings, right? But really, this is sort of a mystery in there, right? Plus, the idea of some angelic beings existing on earth and taking human women as wives, right? This is another mystery, when it happened, how it happened. And the Lord said, as we can see, capitalized Lord, because of the very reason that this is referring to in the Hebrew, this is Yahweh. My spirit shall not always strive with men, for that he is flesh, and yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. In some other translation, this is written down as heroes of old, right? Now, this is a very strange passage because there's really no context to this. Because so far, what we've seen, the Bible is talking about Adam and Eve, the serpent, God, and then Cain and Abel are mentioned, and then the list of the patriarchs is there, and then all of a sudden this comes up. So I'll actually leave it to Ali to talk about it later in his section on what this might actually be talking about. And then God saw the wickedness of man, so on and so forth, and then of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy men whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping things, and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Okay. Noah was a just man and a perfect in his generation. So interestingly, as we've seen how how mystical, how sort of this dives into mysticism on some of the things don't necessarily make sense unless you take a look at it in context of history and the region in which the Jews are. Genesis 7 continues. If you can see, there's a lot of skipped passage verses in here, right? Now, Genesis 7, the first 5 verses pretty much repeat or give a different account of what the Genesis 6, the last section of Genesis 6 would talk about, right? But this is generally speaking about the building of the ark, the populating the ark with animals, right? And then essentially how the flood came about, and then the fact that everybody on earth was destroyed, right? Now, let's take a look at the priestly account, okay? We're not going to go over Genesis 5 because that's just the genealogy, right? But Genesis 6, the priestly account starts with number 9, which we saw in the previous slides, that Noah was just a man and perfect in his generation. That was part of the Yahweh's tradition. These are the generations of Noah, and Noah walked with God. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, Japheth. The earth also was corrupted before God. So we can see a lot of repetition coming up here, right? The genealogy is already given. And then all of a sudden, Noah begets 3 sons, Shem, Ham, Japheth. The earth also corrupted before God. Earth was filled with violence. We just read the first 8 verses talk about the corruption. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. Again, we just read this, right? And God said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me. The earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them, and so on. Now, interestingly, God goes into the details of how the ark has to be created. This is what we're talking about, the priestly sources being very much into these type of details, like how what the genealogies are, what date, what's the timeline, what are the dimensions of the ark, and all of this details is being mentioned here, right? I'm going to skip a few, right? Because we'll jump to number 18. But with thee will I establish my covenant, and thou shalt come into the ark, thou and thy sons and thy wife and thy sons' wives with thee, right? Again, we see the importance of Noah's bloodline here. Okay. And of every living thing of all flesh. Again, we just read this in chapter. We're going to read this in chapter 7 in the Yahwist account. Okay, that bring in so many animals. Now, again, Brother DeAndre is going to talk about how this is going to make things interesting, because we talk about doublets, and sometimes doublets can be contradictory, right? Because in the priestly account, we're talking about 2 of every sort shall thou bring into the ark. Whereas we saw in the Yahweh sources, of every clean beast shall take to thee by 7s, the male and his female, and of the beasts that are not clean by 2. So apparently there are 2 different, if not contradictory, at least paradoxical um, commandments given by God to Noah, and he fulfills both of them. All right. So, and similar sort of things that you will come across when going through this. Okay. Then Noah completed the tasks that were given to him. Then chapter 7 goes into details of what happened during the flood, right? Talks about the age. There was no mention of the age of Noah in the previous section that we looked at, where we were looking at the Yahwist account. Noah was 600 years old. Noah went in, his sons, his wife, everybody goes in, animals, and so on. This is then it goes into the details of what happens during the flood, how the flood comes about, right? And how the water takes over, all men die, all flesh on earth die, and so on. And then the waters prevail upon the earth 150 days. Now, interestingly enough, if you look at the priestly account, we were told that this was only, the flood was 40 days upon the earth. Over here we have 150 days. Okay, now again, question mark to our Jewish and Christian brothers and sisters to explain to us why one or the other account should, and why these are different days, and which of the two accounts we should be putting more emphasis on, right? So this is what you would find when you sort of go through this Genesis 5 to 7, and how it sort of does not make sense, but at the same time it does make sense. Makes sense when you sort of break it up into two accounts. When you read it together, it doesn't make sense because there's a lot of repetition. Now, again, this is a hypothesis by Christian and Jewish scholars of the Old Testament. It's not something us Muslims are coming up with, right? We're just asking the question of why this is there. If you believe that this is inspired by God, why didn't God inspire both of the people with the same knowledge? Why does it have to be two seemingly, if not contradictory, then definitely paradoxical accounts, right? And why all of this couldn't have made better sense, right? So there are, when we look at the Yahwist account, there's definitely a lot more that Ali can talk about, maybe also with the Prisi account, right? And then let's, I'm just going to stop here because my last slide, the other observations we can talk about later on, right? All right, Akhwan. Ali, do you want to start with yours, Zakhi? Because I think it would be most
I'm fine.
interesting to bring that up.
Yeah, just before you come in, I do want to, because I saw a comment here as well. Where is it? I'm just going to try and find it. Here it is. Fallen angels. What's that referring to?
Fallen angels? I don't think anywhere it says fallen angels in the text.
Exactly. So this is the thing that certain Christians have fallen into. No pun intended. The concept of the sons of God being fallen angels that mate with humans to reproduce and have the Nephilim. This is something that's not within the text. In fact, it's not even within early Jewish tradition or even medieval Jewish tradition. This is simply a Christian interpretation, which is not based on the text.
It's very Gnostic.
It is very Gnostic.
Yeah.
So it's not an Orthodox view at all. Whether it's whether from early Judaism or from medieval Judaism. So this fallen angel idea, it's not evidence from the text. So again, these sort of beliefs that you have regarding the text, you have to ask yourselves, why do I believe that in this particular interpretation? And what is the evidence for my belief in this particular interpretation? Especially from a Christian point of view, where they're like, well, we are the inheritors of the Jewish text. We are the inheritors of the tradition, of the understanding because of Christ. So why do you have a vastly different understanding if you are the inheritors of this text? And where does your understanding come from? But, I say it's always about bringing the evidence, and that's what we ask the Christians to do in this case. Ali, if you want to go ahead.
Before you continue, I just some of the people are arguing about how long the water covered the earth. If you can bring up the slide again, I just want to make sure that people can see what we're talking about. Yes, it says in verse 12, I think, that water covered the earth. It rained for 40 days. But in verse 17, it talks about, and the flood was 40 days upon the earth, right? And then in verse 24, it is talking about, and the waters prevailed upon the earth in 150 days. Okay.
Let's leave that to DeAndre because he will
Yeah.
dive deep into that. So we don't need
So
to do that
yeah, we're going to look into this.
Mm.
Okay.
now. Yeah.
Okay, so let's bring up the next slide.
All right.
Presentations. Yeah.
Here we go.
All right.
No pressure. No pressure.
Allah Bismillah.
All right. Bismillah. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu salam ala rasulullah ajma'in. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And first of all, I just wanted to say, mashallah, Faisal, that was very, very well, as always, well thought out, well organized. Now I'm kind of getting jealous, but let's not get there because I'm always jealous apparently. So I'm just happy that I get to go before DeAndre because, ain't no way I have a chance. So, yeah, I will be covering the internal historical analysis of Genesis chapters 5, 6, and 7. So, what exactly do I mean by internal historical analysis? But the Faisal, mashallah, he brilliantly covered the external historical analysis as far as the manuscript, all the different sources, the priestly source, the Yahweh source. I will be looking more into the internal sources, internal aspect of it, meaning as far as the style of writing, the story itself. Could that have come from a particular influence from a certain area, a certain myth, etc., that even predates the time of when the Torah was supposed to have been written in the first place? So we're going to dive deeper into that. But before we do, let's take a quick recap. Next slide, please. Yes, recaps. I so love recaps. So yes, it's been a couple of months since our last presentation. So I just wanted to get anybody who may have forgotten some of the information, some of the key facts to understand, or maybe we have some new viewers, mashallah. So the main focus really here is I've been talking about Mesopotamia. Now, what does Mesopotamia mean? We hear it all the time, but what does it mean? Mesopotamia, the word Mesopotamia, meso, middle, and as a prefix. So Mesopotamia means the land between the two rivers. And those two rivers consist of the Tigris River and the Euphrates River. So a Mesopotamian country is any land, any nation that was around the area between the Tigris River and the Euphrates River. And those nations, those civilizations include ancient Sumer, the Sumerians, the Elamites, Elam, Assyria, the Akkadians, and the Babylonians. Now, we have understanding of the culture through the cuneiform tablets. The cuneiform tablets are basically ancient clay tablets containing the records, literature, documents, stories, and most importantly, the religion that date as far back as at least the 22nd century BC. Not the 20. Right now we're in the 21st century CE. We're talking about literally 4,000 years ago. So we have the cuneiform tablets that go as far as that. Just give me a second, guys.
No problem. So inshallah, just for everyone who's watching, if this is a bit technical and you're not quite understanding it, it's not a problem. As we've mentioned before, take these new terminologies, take these new facts, and search them up. Get a fundamental understanding of these terms and what they mean and what period of time we're looking at, the sort of scholarship that we are extracting this information from, and build from there, so that the next time we do come on, which is going to be after Ramadan, inshallah, Allahumma ballaghna Ramadan, and you'll be sort of understanding where we're coming from as well. So because we understand that this is not going to be on everyone's level. Some people will need a bit of time to understand it, and even us ourselves, when we're researching it, sometimes we have to ensure that we're getting it as well, and go over it a few times.
Just want to add one thing here, that when we're talking about this, like according to the biblical scholars, when they're putting the dates together, right, a lot of these biblical scholars put Ibrahim alayhi salam around 2000 BC, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so when we're talking about 22nd century BCE, right, we're talking before Ibrahim alayhi salam even, right?
Yeah. And that's why even as so I do apologize for that one. So moving on. So yeah, the 22nd century BC, even tablets that we have found, clay tablets that have been hardened, that contain basically the entire Mesopotamian history, right? And we have it going off dating like carbon not carbon dating all the way back to the 22nd century BC at least, right? So and now what has been the religion aspect of it. Now, the ancient Babylonian stories, or the Sumerian stories, story of creation, is called the Enuma Elish. So the Enuma Elish, the story, not only does the story itself predate the time of when the Torah was revealed, but it also, the manuscript evidence also predates the time Moses lived. I repeat, not the manuscript, the tablet, the cuneiform tablet containing the Enuma Elish, the record of the Babylonian story of creation, predates the time of Moses itself. So, and the Enuma Elish basically just means when on high, resembling Genesis 1:1, in the beginning when God created the heavens and the earth. So when on high. Now, the majority of the tablets are dated from 750 to 200 BC, but there are tablets that are dated as far back as the 13th century BC at least, and that's being generous. Some of them even go back to the 16th century BC, which of course we know historically predates the time of Moses. Now, another one to look at would be the Epic of Gilgamesh. Now, the Epic of Gilgamesh is a Sumerian epic, or Sumerian story. It's a historically popular ancient Sumerian story about a king named Gilgamesh who embarks on a quest for immortality. That's a common theme when it comes to the Sumerian myths, whether it's the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Enuma Elish. There's a common theme of attempting to gain immortality. That's something that those who don't have it, they want it, and the gods who have it, they want to keep it away from those who don't have it. So, brothers, please do let me know if I'm going over too fast. Okay, so. The Epic of Gilgamesh is known as the earliest surviving historical. And when I say historical, I put that in quotations because it's not saying it actually happened, but the record that we have of it. Earliest surviving historical work with manuscript or tablets dating as far back to as the 16th to 18th century BC. Next slide, please.
So just quickly. Although we obviously, if the recap for the viewers is too fast, I'm not too fussed about that because they can always go back and watch our previous episodes, because you're not just going to get a recap, you're going to get the full download of everything that we're doing. But inshallah, of course, when you get into the meat of this particular thing, then slow it down a little bit.
All right, no problem. This one I'm going a little bit fast on purpose. So here we see a map of ancient Mesopotamia. You see in the map right there the two rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates River. And as you can see, you have Assyria, where the Assyrians lived. The Assyrian nation was the Babylonians, and then you have ancient Sumer. So this is around what we call ancient Mesopotamia. As we know, Egypt is below, as Hatti or the Hittites are to the west of the Mesopotamian nations. Here on the second, you have the copy of the Enuma Elish, which is basically fragmented copies, fragmented tablets put together that date as far back as the 13th century BC, at least. And then at the bottom, we have the copy of the Epic of Gilgamesh. And this tablet, again, dates go as far back as the 18th century BC. So next slide, please. So real quick, why, we're talking about Mesopotamia. Why Mesopotamia? Well, simple. There's a couple of reasons for that. For one, the Babylonian conquest. The Babylonian Empire had under Nebuchadnezzar II, officially conquered the kingdom of Judah and destroyed the temple around 586 BC. Scriptures like Jeremiah 21 and the book of Daniel, these prophets, even Second Kings, talk about the capturing of the Babylonians, and people like like Ezekiel and Daniel actually lived, and Jeremiah actually lived during the time of the occupation, or during the time of the oppression during the Babylonian exile. Now, previously, before the Babylonian exile, there was the Assyrian conquest, which occurred about 100 to 150 years before that. And the Assyrians conquered the northern kingdom. Because remember, at this time, Israel was split into two different kingdoms, in the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom of Judah. The Assyrians conquered the northern kingdom, whereas the Babylonians later conquered the southern kingdom. And 2 Kings chapter 17 talks about the Assyrian conquest. Now, one thing to also take note of, during the time of King Josiah, there were not only in 2 Kings 22, during the time of King Josiah, Hilkiah, the priest, finds the law to King Josiah's surprise, as if, wait a minute, yeah, that's something that's a huge question mark, as if it was a shock to him, as if it was something to like something foreign to him. That's one. And besides, why would you need to find it if so that means, what does that portray? And also, one thing to note is that around this time in Israel, there were long periods of evil kings in charge of Israel at that time. And the most infamous king, who is known historically by the Jews to be the worst king in Judaic history, was the longest reigning king, by the way. So King Manasseh reigned in Judah for over 55 years, and this was around the time of the Babylonian exile. Now imagine this: you have the king of Israel and the priests. These were the only two people allowed to even have access to the law. And imagine, one of them for 55 years, more than one generation, more than 40 years, is a pagan. Okay, so next slide, please. And here we see the maps. So the first map we see at the top, you have the northern kingdom of Israel in blue, whereas the southern kingdom of Judah in yellow. The middle map, we have the Assyrian Empire basically at their highest, basically. And you see at the bottom, it stretches all the way past the northern kingdom. That's when this far stretched towards the kingdom of Israel, and that's when the occupation or the dismantling started. And at the bottom, later on, we have the Babylonian Empire. The Babylonian Empire not only took over Israel, the southern kingdom of Judah, no, it conquered Assyria too. So it took, at that point in time, Assyrians were going down. So the Babylonians both conquered the kingdom of Judah as well as the Assyrians. So moving on, next slide, please. Okay, now hopefully we're caught up. If you're not, then I do apologize. You can ask some questions later on about that, or you can, guys, like Brother Yamini said, you can check out the previous presentations that I have of these information. So the focus of my presentation today is on the influence of Mesopotamian religions on Genesis 5, 6, and 7. Now, the topics I will be covering is talking about the concept of the flood itself in mythology, just general mythology, talking about why the Epic of Gilgamesh, and I will also be introducing another surprise story which will blow you guys away for a little bit, but that I'm leaving as a surprise. I will briefly be talking about the J source, because like what Brother Faisal mentioned, it is something to take note of when we talk about the influence of Mesopotamian religions, and going through different concepts in Genesis 5, which utilizes the P source. Now, one thing to note in Genesis 5 is I will be talking about the importance of descendancy, because all of Genesis 5 just talks about the son of this. He reigned, he was, this year old, and he had this son. It's lineage and descendancy. It seems to give an importance with that. There might be a reason for that. And as well as the writing style, when he was this age, he bore this son, and then he died at this. There's a reason as far as the structure of the writing style of Genesis 5 too, that compares to not only the Epic of Gilgamesh, but a particular form of the Epic of Gilgamesh as well. So that will be it for Genesis 5. In Genesis 6, which mostly uses the J source, but partially uses the priestly source, I will be going a little bit in depth with the sons of God, the concept of the Nephilim, and quote unquote the wickedness of man, or in the end of all flesh, basically. And as the story continues in Genesis 7, I will be talking about the similarities with the narrative between the biblical story of Noah and between the Epic of Gilgamesh, and one surprise epic that I'm very excited to introduce to you guys. Next slide, please. Now, real quick, I know you guys see a lot of words, but I'm just gonna, yeah, I don't want to go too deep into this, because when I say there was a lot of information, mashallah, there was a lot of information. So I had to make it fit to something that was kind of bearable. So now, the flood stories and myths. So one thing to take note of is almost every mythological culture contains a flood story. It's extremely popular, whether it's Greek mythology, Egyptian mythology, even Aztec mythology. They carry the concept of a flood story. Those that predate Noah, the time of the Torah, what talks about Noah, and those that come after. Now, although the stories kind of, some of them are similar because it's based upon the geography of the culture of the land, but there are also common root themes that all of them share, or all of them entail. All of the flood stories in mythology, they talk about God's divine wrath. The myths almost always describe the reason for the flood as a punishment for human disobedience or wickedness, and the variant deities intend the cause of the flood to, and intending on ending life itself, and leaving it, basically trying to start over. Now, in every, also there's the concept of a heroic survivor, and each one features a heroic person, a hero who survived the flood with the help of their particular gods, with their guidance. And these heroes not only repopulate the earth, but they're the bridge between the old world before the flood and the new world. And of course, there's the concept of the boat and the ark, boat or ark. There's the concept of heroic figures releasing animals, especially releasing them to determine if the waters have receded or not. And of course, like I mentioned before, the new beginning. Now, a world-renowned American mythologist, scholar, and writer named Joseph Campbell says this in his work, The Mask of God: Primitive Mythology. The flood myth, as it appears in the myths of the various cultures of the world, is a remarkable example of the unity of human consciousness. Everywhere, the flood is described as a catastrophic event sent by the gods to destroy a corrupt humanity. And everywhere, a hero survives the flood, either by building a boat or by being saved by a fish or some other animal. Next slide, please. So like I mentioned before, why the Epic of Gilgamesh? Well, there's a couple of reasons for that. One, the Epic of Gilgamesh predates the time of Moses as well as the Torah, both historically and traditionally. Two, the manuscripts, or the tablets, both fragmented and complete, predates the known manuscripts of the Torah. Three, Mesopotamian exposure. The origins are rooted in ancient Mesopotamia, whom the Israelites were completely exposed to for generations, not only with Abraham, the Assyrians, and the Babylonian invasion, but even, as you would see, there's even strong evidence to suggest that the Garden of Eden itself, in an earlier chapter in Genesis that we covered, the Garden of Eden itself is in Mesopotamia. So, and then of course, the one that people don't really, the one that's not really as mentioned, is that the Epic of Gilgamesh was popular, extremely popular in the Near East at that time. It influenced, the epic itself influenced many other ancient Mesopotamian and going as far as the Near East, their works, the literary works such as the Mesopotamian literary works such as the Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis. The epic was also adapted and translated across different nations over time, even going as far as to reach non-Mesopotamian nations such as the Hittites. And we all know the Hittites, they were next to the Mesopotamians, but they weren't Mesopotamians themselves. So there was widespread circulation. Of course, these people put their own cultural touch into it, but there was no doubt that the Epic of Gilgamesh was their foundation. So Andrew George, a British Assyriologist and expert on the Epic of Gilgamesh, says in his work, The Epic of Gilgamesh, the Babylonian epic poem and other texts in Akkadian and Sumerians, page 11, he is quoted by saying, the Epic of Gilgamesh was a bestseller in the ancient Near East. It was the most widely read and performed epic poem of its time, with manuscripts found in the ruins of the libraries of Ashurbanipal, which is modern-day Iraq, and other ancient Mesopotamian cities. So it was basically the go-to as far as when it comes to its influence. Next slide, please. Now, here's the surprise that I wanted to talk to you, wanted to bring up. It's called the Epic of Ziusudra. Try saying that name 5 times fast. I tried and I failed. So Ziusudra is the Epic of see, there you go. Ziusudra is actually what it's a different epic, a different Mesopotamian epic that is closely related to the story of Noah in the Bible. Now, the cuneiform tablets, and as you guys can see in the far right, that is the copy of the fragmented cuneiform tablets. Now, the cuneiform tablets dates back to the 17th century BC. Literally, the 17th century BC, which, as we all know, would have predated the Torah and Moses. There are uncanny similarities between the Epic of Ziusudra when compared to the story of Noah in the Bible. Just to give you some examples, which I will be covering later on, both stories describe God's regret for the flood afterwards. Both stories talk about a divine covenant after the flood. Yes, I said covenant. Both stories share and emphasize the dimensions of the boat, where Brother Faisal talked about how in the priestly source they talk about the how the boat looked with the dimensions of it. Yeah, the Epic of Ziusudra does that too. And both epics talk about the release of birds to signify when the flood has subsided. And lastly, both stories talk about the hero of the day, Noah and Ziusudra, performing sacrifices after the flood. So one leaves the question: how much of an influence did this epic have on the creation or recreation of the Torah? Next slide. So just to give a brief summary, and I say brief, so the Epic of Gilgamesh is basically a king. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the flood story, because it's a long epic, in the flood story, a king named Utnapishtim, and I'm not gonna lie to you guys, when I first read, that sounds about the most Indian name to me. I'm just saying, Brother Faisal, I'm sorry, but that sounds so Indus River to me. But a king named Utnapishtim is warned by the god Ea of an impending flood that will destroy humanity. Utnapishtim builds a boat to save himself, his family, and animals. Wink, wink. The flood lasts for 7 days and 7 nights, after which Utnapishtim releases a dove, a swallow, and a raven to determine if the waters have receded. When the raven fails to return, Utnapishtim knows the flood waters have receded, and he makes a sacrifice to the gods. Utnapishtim and his wife are then granted immortality and live at the ends of the earth. That is the story of Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Kind of remind you of anything? And then you have the story of Ziusudra. Ziusudra, a king of Shuruppak, is warned by the god Enki of an impending flood that will destroy humanity. Now, why is this flood going on? Because the god Enlil was apparently the humans on the earth were too loud. So because they were too loud, they were disturbing his rest. So he decided to kill everybody. I don't know how, but hey, Enki instructs Ziusudra to build a boat to save himself, his family, and a collection of animals. The flood lasts for 7 days and 7 nights. Afterwards, Ziusudra releases birds to determine if the waters have receded. When the waters have receded, Ziusudra makes a sacrifice to the gods and is granted eternal life. Ziusudra is then taken to a land where he lives forever. Next slide. Now, just to briefly cover the J source, the J source, like Faisal mentioned earlier, the J source uses an anthropomorphic language, often gives God human-like qualities or describes him using human-like language. For example, early in Genesis, God walking in the Garden of Eden. Just to give an example, many scholars hold to the view that the J source was influenced by the Mesopotamian myths. For example, the similar flood narrative, the divine beings and humans, the cosmological themes such as God's wrath, the nature of human beings, the relationship between God and man, and the also forgot to add the mixing of the divine with the human as well. Now, a Canadian biblical scholar and historian, John Van Cedar, says this about the Jews in his work, Prologue to History, the Yahwist as historian in Genesis, page 157. He is quoted by saying, the J source is clearly dependent on the Mesopotamian traditions, and its use of these traditions is not merely a matter of borrowing motifs or themes, but rather a reinterpretation of the entire mythological complex. And another biblical scholar, and by the way, these guys are not fringe scholars, by the way. I'm not using fringe scholars. So Richard Elliott Friedman, an American biblical scholar who they with John deals with the Pentateuchal criticism. He says the J source's story of the flood is closely related to Mesopotamian flood stories, and it is likely that the J source's author was familiar with these stories. In his work, page 54 of his book, Who Wrote the Bible? Next slide. Now let's talk about Genesis 5, 6, and 7. In Genesis 5, just to introduce you guys to what's known as the Weld-Blundell prism. Now, I know I mentioned the Epic of Gilgamesh, but also just to bring forth the Weld-Blundell prism. So the Weld-Blundell prism, it's the most extensive surviving list of rulers of ancient Mesopotamia. So it's a tablet with literally a list of Mesopotamian kings. So it's a tablet just full of lists. Now the tablets date as far back as the 18th century. The tablets itself is a copy. So the tablet that has been dated as the 18th century, that tablet has been said to have been a copy because it talks about kings that reigned at almost 1,000 years before that. Now Gilgamesh is in this tablet is listed as a king himself. That's why I brought it up forth. And the reason I bring up this prism is because it's a similar writing structure between the prism and Genesis 5. Now, the writing structure of the lineage in Genesis 5, it goes as this. In Genesis 5, it starts off with the individual's name, their age at the birth of their son, their total age, and their death. And for example, in Genesis chapter 5, verse 6 through 8, when Seth had lived 105 years, he fathered Enosh. Seth lived after he fathered Enosh 807 years and had other sons and daughters. Thus, all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. Individual's name, the age at the birth of their son, their total age, and the statement of their death. Now, the writing structure of the Webb-Blundell prism, it's the name of the king, the city of the reign, and the total years of the reign. Now, it is missing, it's not identical, it is missing the, one second. It is definitely missing the, the statement of their death, but the tablet itself would say certain things as, I forgot to give an example of that, but the tablet itself would be given and talk about, Gilgamesh, who the king of dang, I forgot to put the example up, but that will be the example, that will be the writing structure of the Webb-Blundell. And this is something that's to take note of, because as far as Genesis 5, all of Genesis 5 is just talking about this. They're just descendancy, the focus on descendancy. Now, could they have gotten influence, the writing structure, the style of writing? As we all know, they were exposed to the Babylonians around the time of the 6th century BC. Could they have being exposed to the culture? Could they have used this writing format and influenced them to shape or to create or recreate Genesis 5? Next slide, please. Now, in Genesis 6, this is something that I really tried my best not to write just too much information about. So in Genesis 6, in verses 2 to 4, it says, the sons of God saw that the daughters of man were attractive, and they took their wives as wives any they chose. Then the Lord said, my spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is flesh. Wink, wink. His days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of God came into the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. Now, for one, it talks about these men as mighty men. It speaks goodly. It speaks good of these men, mighty men, men of renown. These guys were very, it speaks in them in a sense, that very, very uplifting way. Now, one thing to take note of is that the first one I read is Genesis chapter 6, verse 2-4. This is the English Standard Version. In the Masoretic text, or the Jewish, in the Hebrew Bible, it says the males, instead of saying the sons of God, it says the males among the divine beings saw how pleasing human women were and took wives from among them. So from Genesis 6, the sons of God, based on the story itself, we have this concept of divine beings. Now, some Jews, like Brother Faisal said, some Jews mentioned that there could be angels. I don't know, and some bloke earlier said there were fallen angels, even though the verse does not say that. But even granting that as well, you have divine beings that are known as that were seen as immortal, coming to earth and linking and muddying the waters between them and women. So here we have this concept of demigods, because for one, divine beings marrying many women in Genesis 6, they produce offspring, divine and the human producing offsprings, whereas in Near Eastern or mythological context, there will be demigods. So I don't see how this ruling or this conclusion would apply differently now. And now those demigods, or Nephilim, who as described as a race of giant humans. So this will go in line with the Enuma Elish as well, as when it talks about how demigods are described as basically gigantic or huge humans to show their godly status, basically. And by the way, also one thing to take note of, this was what made mankind wicked. Because it says that the world saw that God, and later in Genesis, God says that he saw that man was wicked, the wickedness of man. It does not say why. It does not say what they did, but it literally, right after it describes these divine beings mating with human women, the next thing you see is God saying these people were wicked, the wickedness of man. God saw that, meaning the act itself, what was going on, the muddying of the waters. That's what made man wicked. And by the way, like I said before, in the Enuma Elish, demigods are created when male deities, in the story of the Enuma Elish itself, demigods are created when the male deities begin to interact and later mate and even marry the female humans. They spawned demigod creation, who are described as enhanced humans, mighty humans. And the reason how this led to a huge issue with the supreme god Marduk is because when they were enhanced, what happened? They started to rebel against Marduk and the gods, because they see themselves as having some sort of godly status. Gilgamesh himself, the one who the story is named after, Gilgamesh himself is a demigod. And he is portrayed as a gigantic hulk of a man, or as you would say, a Nephilim, as a gigantic hulk of a man with enhanced strength, who he himself challenges the gods. So we see this similarity of concepts alone when it comes to the divine being interacting with female humans, and they're producing offspring that challenge the gods. Because in each epic, whether it's the Enuma Elish or the Epic of Gilgamesh, these offsprings of the divine and of the human, they are wicked. They're seen as wicked because they're challenging the gods. And whereas in Genesis 6, there's no reason as far as why man was wicked. It just says their very existence. It just goes straight to, well, they existed and man was wicked. Now God wanted to unalive them or delete them. So there's a correlation of concepts. Yes, of course, if you want to say, well, the Bible talks about it differently because it's monotheist. However, I'm not talking about the identical understanding. I'm talking about the theme, the core root. It's talking about the same importance and the same concepts. Now, this would have one would have to be influenced by the other because the similarities are too uncanny. Next slide, please.
Sorry, just
go
to
ahead.
cut you mid-flow. Again, I needed to highlight this. Some of the things being presented is mere speculation. Now, this is not entirely true, because while we cannot prove for certain that this is indeed copied, there is significant evidence that the tradition of the Near Eastern mythologies have seeped into the Old Testament. Not necessarily word for word or copied in that exact same way, because of course we don't see an exact, translation from the Epic of Gilgamesh or any of the other Near Eastern texts into the Old Testament. However, we know that this is a possibility because of what Ali was saying at the beginning and in previous streams, that the Jews lived with these people when they were in exile. So there was a connection between the Jews and the pagans. And this is what is being evidenced. This is the part that's being evidenced, that there is a connection between the Jews and the pagans of the Near Eastern tribes, as mentioned by Ali earlier in the presentation during the recap. Hence, why these texts, as they've been decoded today, seem so similar to what we find in the Old Testament, and not just within the Old Testament, but to a particular textual tradition, and that's where the dots connect. Hence the name of their channel. But
That's
I see
pretty
what you did
good.
there.
That's pretty good.
I do want to add one thing whenever you're done.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so one thing just to clarify, right? This Yahwist tradition is 10th to the 9th century BCE, which is way before the exile and even before the Assyrian, the destruction by the Assyrians and the Babylonians, right? So the Yahwist tradition itself is coming way before. The priestly tradition is post-exile or during exile. It's around that time. Okay. Now, one of the other things that as Ali is talking about this, right? You need to remember the dates that Ali has mentioned here. Remember, according to Christian and Jewish scholars, this is where we're just bringing stuff which your scholars are aware of, which they work with. We're just making it known to you guys. And it's up to you guys to go and ask your scholars, do your own research, and figure out how the claims that you make that this is a divine scripture, how does that hold true, right? If you're talking about this as a historical document, a historical something which was there in history, no Muslim has any argument with that, right? We just don't consider this as a divine scripture, and the reasons are all of these reasons that we're bringing up. A document preceding the Torah that supposedly, like, if you're telling us that the Torah was there before Moses, who according to your scholars lived in the 14th century BCE, right? And that's when the flood account is coming to the Jewish people, right? You're telling us that that 14th century BCE is when this was received by humankind. Then explain to us how these accounts are there in other documents, other tablets, other pieces of history which predate the 14th century BCE date. So this is the onus is upon you to prove to us. It's not upon us. We're just presenting you the evidence as it is.
Sorry, okay, I got about 5 minutes before I have to get back to work. So
Sure, Rafi,
please
go
do forgive me. So yeah, Barakallah Feek, by the way, my one. So just to finish up, so just to bring it all in full fashion, I'm gonna quote some verses from both the Elish, and I wish I could have made it big. I did not know, as far as the presentation, I did not know it would be this small, but I'll quote it for you guys. So several similarities between the epics and the story of Noah, right? In Epic of Gilgamesh, in line where it talks about, Enki spoke to Utnapishtim, the flood will sweep over the earth. You have, at the Epic of Gilgamesh, the gods decided to send a flood to destroy the seeds of humanity, in the 11th tablet. You have Enki said to Utnapishtim, build a boat to save yourself and your family. So we can see the concepts alone. The boat was built, etc., etc. So these are just minor verses to hold. By the way, the link itself, so you see the link itself to all three of the epics itself. You can read this online to see the similarity. So I just put a couple of verses as a way to kind of illuminate a little bit the similarities. But all of these story, this story of Zia Sutra, the full copy is actually it is available both in PDF format and in full text online as well. And I'll leave you the references in the next slide. But in the Epic of Zia Sutra itself, so let me just go scroll up a little bit more. So in you have the concept of the divine warning in the Epic of Zia Sutra. And he spoke to Zia Sutra, a flood will sweep over the earth, warning him, right? The flood is a punishment. The gods decided to send a flood to destroy the seeds of humanity. The instructions to build a boat. The Enki said to Zia Sutra, build the boat to save yourself and your family. The boat dimensions. Oh yeah, very important. In the Epic of Zia Sutra, it actually starts mentioning the boat. There's a line in lines 152 and 153 where it talks about the boat being 120 cubits long with 120 cubits width. So the fact is, it goes. Of course, it's just an excerpt. I really was trying, guys, to not just straight up just talk about the whole epic. So I was resisting the urge to just nerd out or geek out. So please do forgive me. So in the Epic of Zia Sutra, the boat was talked about, the size of the boat, the length of the boat, how long the boat, 120 cubits. So this concept, when I'm talking, of course, it's not the same measurements, but the concept and the need to describe the boat. Where did that come from? Which came first? The epic came first. You have the boat's purpose. The boat was built to save Zia Sutra and his family. The simple fact is, it talks about his family in the first place. So if in the biblical story, if only Noah, because in Genesis 6 it says that Noah himself was righteous before God as a righteous man, why would there be a need to save his family? Because if only mentions Noah as his as the only righteous one, why is there a need to save himself and his family? Whereas it's as if, well, if his family weren't righteous, but they were together with someone that was righteous, that kind of saves them as well. Okay, so there's a concept alone of family, even though it only mentions Noah. It does not mention Ham, Shem, or Yafeth as righteous alongside with Noah, neither as his wife. So there is something to take note of there. And as well, the rain and flood. Now rain poured down, the flood swept over. So these are just very, very basic concepts alone that I wanted to add in, just mostly just give the reference, just the links between those stories and Genesis. You can go back and check it out. Just something to basically stop myself from nerding out too much. And then the next verse, you see the references. So next verse, please. Next verses, you see next you see the access to the Weld Blundell prism. So this link right here tells you the whole, gives you the prism itself, tells you, oh, this king reigned for this many years and he did. So this goes along depth and tells you every single bit of it. The Epic of Gilgamesh, the full story, just click the link, and the Epic of Zia Sutra itself, all of them is available for you online. And if you open it up, you'll start seeing the resemblance. And every single one of them predated the biblical story of Noah, and as well as the writing style is very, very reminiscent of the focus of how the Mesopotamians saw as important, what they saw as important, how they saw to write it. It was no doubt that since the ancient, the Jews were stuck in Babylon for more than one generation, by the way, 40 years. I'll ask you, brothers, how long does it take you in to be born and raised in an oppressor's society and pick up their language, pick up their culture, pick up their, their brainwashing? How long does that take you? So I would say at least one generation, and they were there for more than one generation. So it will be no doubt, as far as information is concerned, as far as the possibility and probability, it would be no doubt there would have been influence. How much influence, God knows best, but it would have been no doubt that the uncanny amount of evidence that we have, there would have been influence with Mesopotamian religions in the writing, in the recording, in the redaction of Genesis 5, 6, and 7. Thank you very much.
Jazakallah khair. Alhamdulillah. It's a good presentation. Hopefully people have been able to keep up with that.
Yeah. By the way, I'm going to put the links that were mentioned in the chat so that people can
by the way,
take a look as well.
If anybody has any questions, people in the chat, because I know I had because there's a lot of information, but if anybody wants some more in-depth information about any of the epics, as far as what link it's up, they don't want to find any further links, I can let you just break it down. This is just for the presentation, for the presentation, because I already took so long already. But so anybody have any questions more, they're curious about anything, just let me know.
No problem, inshallah. So now we've seen how the Near East ancient mythologies align with what we are seeing in the Old Testament in terms of similarity. And due to the fact that, like we said, these traditions have reached the Jews within that era, this is why we are saying that it's most likely that there has been a cross between the two texts, considering that we see two different textual traditions. Now, the question some Christians might say is like, well, why is this argument valid for you guys? But then when we say that the Quran has borrowed from the Quran, from the Bible, why is that not a valid argument? Well, the reason it's not a valid argument is because the Quran actually attests to the fact that the Prophet ﷺ didn't know these stories, nor did his people know these stories. Now, if people did know these stories within the Quraysh tribe and other surrounding tribes in Mecca, where the majority of the stories have been revealed, then they would say to him, hold on a second, I actually know this story. I know what you're talking about, but this didn't happen. Hence why this idea falls apart. But there is nothing from your traditions that says that this is original. In fact, the Old Testament in of itself does not claim to be authored by God or inspired by God. So, this is the difference between the two. So, inshallah, please check out the links that Brother Faisal has been putting into the chat with regards to those references that Ali has given. And we'll pass it over to DeAndre to get into the theology and the contradictions that have ensued within the text. DeAndre.
All right. So before I even proceed, I would like to make sure that you guys can hear me all right.
No, we can't hear you.
Just sure. Okay, just checking my audio, making sure everything's good.
Alhamdulillah.
We should be ready, inshallah. Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to all of the brothers and sisters that are watching. First of all, I'd like to say it's glad to be back. I did enjoy my brief siesta a little too much, especially from college. And I do want to appreciate the presentations that were made today by Brother Faisal and Brother Ali. Brother Ali was this close to nerding out, and I'm so happy that he did not, because we would be here for hours. And some of these brothers might have taken a little bit of the sting that I'm going to say out of what I'm going to say. We'll talk about that. But regardless, let's get ready to rock out, inshallah ta'ala. So the first thing I want you guys to talk about or start noticing is a lot of the things here have to do with bloodline. And this is what Ali kind of mentioned, but I'm going to elucidate that point. So we see in Genesis 6, the first 4 verses of Genesis 6. I'm quoting from the ESV, which is said to be academic. It says, when man began to multiply on the face of the land, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of man were attractive, and they took as their wives any they chose. Then the Lord said, my spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is flesh. His days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. So as we can see, this off the gate is already giving us an introduction to the chapter, and there's more family ties to come. There's more lineage, especially when we get into chapters 8 and 9, specifically chapter 9. But for this entire flood saga, I want you to think about bloodline and lineage and family ties being more important than intention and action and guidance. So now let's get into the regretting. This is one of my favorite topics, and I hope I get some challengers because, man, I've been itching to talk about this. So verses 5 to 7. Does God regret? This is the question that we're going to be answering today. So let's read the verses first. Again, this is everything that I'm going to be reading today is going to be quoted from the ESV, which is a more academic translation from what I've gathered. Verses 5 to 7. Verse 5. The Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intention of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continuously. And the Lord regretted that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him to his heart. So the Lord said, I will blot out man whom I have created from the face of the land, man and animals and creeping things, and birds of the heavens, for I am sorry I have made them. So now, from the reading of the text, we understand that the word regret is used in English. But since we always ask our Christian friends when they happily, ignorantly, arrogantly misquote the Quran to go to the Arabic language, we will be consistent and we will go to the Hebrew language to see what the Hebrew language has to say. Spoiler, it's not on your side with this one. So the Hebrew word nachem. So if you go into Google, each Hebrew word is labeled with a Strong's number. So every word is associated with a number that you type into a lexicon. This word's number is 5162, and it's nechem. So it has a couple of definitions. We're going to go into that. So I'm quoting from New American Standard Old Testament Hebrew Lexicon. This is Brown, Driver, Briggs, Jelsenius Lexicon. It's key to the theological workbook of the Old Testament. This is very scholarly. It says, to be sorry, console oneself. Repent, comfort, be comforted. Strong's Concordance, which is another lexicon people often use, states this. The Hebrew word nechem primarily conveys the idea of comfort and consolation, often in the context of grief or distress. It also carries the meaning of a repentance or a change of mind, particularly in relation to God's actions or decisions. The term can imply a sense of regret or sorrow, leading to a change in behavior or intention. And this is something, by the way, that a lot of Jewish exegetes kind of concede to. They say, well, this is a change of mind, not knowing how theologically problematic it is in the context of, what they believe and also what the Tanakh states in their own theological framework. They have created a problem. So please, guys, don't bring Rashi or Radak or Ibn Ezra because they're going to backfire against you. So now, let's go through the list of definitions. So there's only one that fits the context, and that definition is the word to regret. Now, a lot of people will say, what about being sorry? That sounds like a valid definition. The problem with that definition is that you have to be regretful or penitent when you're sorry. And you can go to any dictionary, it states that when you're sorry for something you're doing, it means you're regretful or penitent of it. Now, why does regret undermine God? Because it has to do with God's omniscience. How can God regret something if he already knows its outcome? That makes no sense. To put it in an analogy, if I was to say, because me, Ali, and I are both football fans, if I was to bet on a World Cup final and I was to select Team A, Argentina, Messi, better. If I was to select Argentina to win, but I didn't know that France was going to win, and I said, Ali owes me an ice cream if Argentina wins, and I owe him an ice cream if France wins. I'm regretting making that deal if France wins, which they didn't, because I have to owe Ali an ice cream. This would be avoided if I actually knew what was going on. So now, what about another objection? So some people say that the word means grieve, right? And this is an argument that, we hear all the time. The problem is that there's another word, which is Strong's 6087, which is atrab, which means to grieve. To hurt, pain, grieve, displease, vex, right? This is from the lexicon. Now, this would disqualify the first word meaning grieve, because the second word already means grieve. There are two different words with two different meanings. So, from that, moving on from that spiel, verses 8 to 9. So, let's go through them. Verses 8 to 9. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a righteous, blameless in his generation, and Noah walked with God. So the verses say that Noah was a blameless man, but let's think about it. Was there any guidance given to those wicked people? Did God ever send them any method by which to live their lives? How can you punish someone for being evil if they don't know how to be good? Okay. And also, for our Christians out there, verse 9 poses another issue for you, because the word tamim, Strong's 8549, means complete, whole, or sound, entire, or sound. This is also used in Deuteronomy 32, verse 4, to describe the works of God as being perfect, and it is used for other people to describe them being blameless. So, according to this definition, Jesus was not the only sinless person according to the Bible. What do you know? These Christians can't read. So, let's go skip to verse 17, and let's talk about verse 17 for a second. So, what does it say? For behold, I will bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy flesh in which is the breath of life under heaven. Everything that is on the earth shall die. So, first of all, tying in with Brother Ali's presentation, let's think logically. If everyone on earth had died, how would so many people know about the flood story? There would be no possible way to trace it. There would be no possible way for someone to trace it to them. Now, if you think about it, if it was a local flood, it would make a bit more sense, because so many people would be reporting it locally, like a flood that they heard, instead of it being globally. Okay, so second, God killing everyone and everything. This comes back to the injustice thing. If it has to do with wickedness, how can you say that God will kill even people if they weren't given guidance, which includes children and babies, who did nothing wrong? This is a global flood which killed even children and babies have to die horrible deaths simply because they were born a certain way or they did nothing at all. They had to die for the sake of other people who did do things, and that is unjust. So we're almost done. Let's go to verse 18 of Genesis chapter 6. Verse 18 states, but I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall come into the ark, you, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you. So this, again, Ali also kind of took the sting out of this part of my presentation. We'll talk about that. Regardless, this begs the question, why would the sons of Noah and their wives come into the ark if Noah was righteous and blameless? Just like Ali pointed out, family ties are the ones saving him. It has nothing to do with action. It has everything to do with what you were born into. And when we come to the Tanakh, we find this is very pertinent in a lot of their text. So this, of course, strengthens the argument that this is mostly about bloodline and not about wickedness and evil. Verses 19-20, verse 19-20 contradiction, and then we have a last contradiction, and then we will wrap it up for the brother Yemeni to end us off. And then all of the angry Christians can come supposedly slaughter me on why their God regrets. So verses 19-20 state the following. 19. And of every living thing of all flesh, you shall bring 2 of every sort into the ark to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female. Of the birds according to their kinds, and of the animals according to their kinds, every creeping thing of the ground according to its kind, 2 of every sort shall come in. Come in. You shall keep them alive. Okay. Verse 22 says, Noah did this. He did all that God had commanded him. But what does Genesis 7 verses 1-5 say? So it's very clear you only bring 2 of every single kind. But what does chapter 7 verses 1-5 say? Then the Lord said to Noah, Go into the ark, you, all your household, for I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation. Okay, now again, family, bloodline. Take with you 7 pairs of all clean animals, the male and his mate, and a pair of the animals that are not clean, the male and his mate, and 7 pairs of the birds of the heavens, and also male and female, to keep their offspring alive on the face of all earth. For in 7 days I will send rain on the earth, 40 days and 40 nights, and every living thing that I made I will blot out from the face of their ground. And verse 5, and Noah did all that the Lord had commanded him. Yeah, these verses are clearly contradictory. There's no need to further explain, but I guess I will. 2 of every animal, irrelevant to its type, is obviously different to 2 or 7 of every clean and 1 of every unclean. There's a specificity which the general rule doesn't have, so it's mutually exclusive. And how can they reconcile this? And the final contradiction people are arguing about, how long was the flood? So let's talk about this. So verse 12, and rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. 17, the flood continued. So I'm quoting from ESV, so it seems to highlight the fact that it continued. But if you don't want to see it that way, that's fine. And then 24 states, and the waters prevailed on the earth 150. So 40, if you want to add 40, that's fine. Or if you want to say that 12 and 17 are referring to the same 40, that's also fine. Then you have 150. Now, some commentators like Ibn Ezra and Radak try to explain this by saying that the water was raining for 40 and rose for the other 110. The problem is that what does water need to continue to rise? It needs more water to be added to it. So that explanation does not work. And with that, I come to the end of this talk. I hope that you guys have enjoyed. This is all from 4 and to Allah.
Jazakallah khair. I mean, I think one thing to point out as well with regards to the flood, while they were on the ark, one of the commands that God gave is that there were to be no marital relations on the ark. And that begs the question, what is the purpose of this command?
Yeah, that's actually what Rashi says. It's Rashi actually does say that. It's not actually in the verse, but he interprets that. He kind of exegetes it in that way. It's not actually in the verse though, to be fair. So Christians will be like, I don't care about that. But yeah, Jews do need to explain that away. Like, why does Rashi say that there's no marrying, or there's no, man laying with wife. There's no purpose to that.
Yeah.
And I
So
think he
this
quotes
is-
the Talmud for that, so that's even worse.
yeah, it's a very interesting one. But yeah, you're right. It's not in the text, but it's something that, again, it's certain things that Jews believe in, because this is not just appealing to the Christians, but also to the Jews as well. The Jewish understanding here is that there is this command being given, but the question is, where's the guidance? What is this for? What's the guidance? What's the purpose? That's not given. Now, I tried to rationalize this, and I was like, well, okay, maybe God didn't want procreation, because then that would increase the number of people on the ark, and it could become too heavy or too unstable. But then again, it's only 40 days or 150 days, depending on which
one
tradition.
goes to. Yeah.
Which tradition you read. So, and that's
actually,
not.
And actually, this gets more complicated in chapter 8, because there are more days coming up.
Yes, exactly. We sort of, this is sort of.
It does get more complicated as we go, but
yes, exactly. But moving on to the comparison with the Quran, we've spoken a lot about.
Actually,
yes.
Before you do that, I do want to add one other thing, because the brother DeAndre, he talked very eloquently about Genesis 6 verse 9, and how that is a problem for the Christians, right? Because if Noah was a perfect, then Jesus was not the only perfect person.
Agreed.
Now, yes, you can basically, in one way, I'm giving them an out. You can refute that and say, okay, Noah was not perfect. Okay, and how can you take that? Because later on, Noah was found, and this is not in this chapter, but it will come up.
that
Noah
is
was
true.
found drunk and naked.
That.
Right? So, are
But
you going to accept that?
you run into another problem.
Yeah, you run
because
into another one. Yeah,
Exactly.
Don't take it
if it says that, because the verse actually says Noah was righteous. It literally says he was righteous. So that means, wait a minute, God, Noah had the potential to get drunk. So being righteous involves your character. It's not just about, oh, you just haven't done anything wrong. It's, you don't have to worry about doing something wrong. If you are someone that God himself said, oh, he's righteous, and then later on he's found drunk, what does that say? What is the standard of righteousness anyway?
I did have that in my notes.
What's the word, DeAndre? What's the word, DeAndre? There's this word which translates to REG, RET, something like that, right? REG, RET.
Regret.
Shouldn't this be regret? Shouldn't this be what regret is about? That there's a covenant now, and
oh,
yeah.
I regret saying Noah was righteous.
Funnily enough, I actually did have that part in my notes about the drunkard thing, but I wanted someone to bring that up to me so I could just demolish them on this point.
Well, it's not within the text that we're examining there. So yes, you're right. If someone does bring it up, I mean, obviously in 8 and 9 we will be addressing the drunkard part. But yeah, every time you try to find an out with regards to these texts, you just fall into another problem.
Yep.
And that's the unfortunate scenario that Jews and Christians will have.
Yep.
Anything else you guys want to say before we move on to the final part?
No, not on my
Okay.
Well, I have one thing to say. Ekwan, please remind me to never mess with DeAndre, just as a side note.
Okay. No worries, inshallah. All right. So moving on to the comparison with the Quran. Again, what the main part of this segment is to display to the Jews and the Christians, or particularly the Christians, that the Quran is not interested in your scripture. For the most part, it's not interested in confirming your scripture, nor is it interested in borrowing from your scripture. Now, in the Quran, we've gone through a lot within Genesis 5 to 7, and one thing has been absolutely missing, and that is the message. What was the message of Noah to his people? And that is something that the Quran speaks about extensively. And so, for example, we have in Surah Al-A'raf, chapter 7, verse 59. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and we sent Noah to his people. He said, "O my people, worship God, and you have no other God other than him. I fear for you the punishment of a tremendous day." He also mentioned to them that he is a clear warner in Surah Hud, in chapter 11, verse 25. He mentioned that he was a messenger sent by Allah. Right? So this is mentioned in Surah Al-Shu'ara, chapter 26, verse 107. I am to you a faithful messenger. So it's very clear in the Quran, because the Quran is a book of guidance. It is, and it tells you the story of Nuh alayhi salam as a prophet. And the prophet's job is to convey the message to the people. Now, Christians and Jews both believe that Noah was a prophet, yet there isn't even a crumb of this message. And we speak about the 7 Noahide laws, but in reality, we only see 1 or 2. Where's the other 5 within the text with regards to Noah's lifetime? It's not there. But the 7 Noahide laws are actually absent from the Quran. The message is more important, not so much the legislation, because it is so far in the past, and as well within that, the subsequent messages that brought about legislation, like Moses, like Jesus, like the Quran, include the base laws that we are all familiar with. So it wasn't required. So again, no similarities whatsoever. The only similarity that you will find is Noah and the flood. Even with regards to the family, within the Old Testament, within these 3 chapters, you find that the entire family gets on board, whereas this is not the case. Because in chapter 23, verse 27, it is mentioned, so we inspired him, build the ark under our watchful eyes and directions. Then when our command comes and the oven bursts with water, take on board a pair from every species along with your family, except those against whom the decree to drown has already been passed. And do not plead with me for those who have done wrong, for they will surely be drowned. Now, this is not explicit, but there is another ayah that is very explicit regarding the drowning of his son. But over here is made, again, there's a difference. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran is telling us that the oven burst with water. And this was the signal that the flood was to begin. Again, missing from the Old Testament. The idea of a pair from every species aligns with one reading of or one textual tradition of the Old Testament. But again, as I mentioned briefly before, did the people know this story? Did Muhammad ﷺ know this story? No. In fact, none of the interactions that he had throughout his lifetime with any of the people involved a discussion or a telling of Nuh alayhi salam and the flood.
Okay, I have a request.
Yep.
Can you please go deeper into how the Quran, unlike the Bible, does not really talk about what the ark looked like, as the importance of just sticking to the message instead of just going into unnecessary information?
You kind of covered it already.
No, I'm saying, there's more. I'm saying, like, there's more. just in general, the message itself.
No, of course, but the Quran is just simply not. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not interested in telling us all the small details that are not important to us. The size of the ark is not important. The importance is why the ark was built in the first place. It was to save those who followed the message. For indeed Allah, and the lesson in this is that Allah saves those who believe in him. And that's what you see throughout the Quran. And that's why it's very important. But I don't want to go too deep into it, because obviously the stream is primarily on dissecting the Old Testament. This segment is more of an add-on just to highlight the differences between the Quran and the biblical literature. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also mentions in Surah An-Nuh, chapter 71, verses 21 onwards, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Eventually Noah cried, My Lord, they have certainly persisted in disobeying me and followed instead those elite who abundant wealth and children only increase them in loss, and who have devised a tremendous plot, urging their followers, do not abandon your idols, especially Wad, Wasuwa, wa Yughutha, wa Ya'uqa, wa Nasra. Now these 5 idols are the essence of what went wrong and why Nuh alayhi salam and the few that were with him were righteous. So now we have actually an understanding of why Nuh alayhi salam was righteous, because he stayed away from idol worship, whereas the majority of the people that he preached to were worshipping these 5 idols. So again, this is very explicit in the Quran. So we see that there is no differentiation. I mean, there's no similarity whatsoever within the key details between the Quran and the Old Testament. So I have to ask you, what exactly has been plagiarized? What has been borrowed? What does the Quran actually affirm from the Old Testament that's significant? And you can come up to me and says, well, the 2. Okay, well, hold on a second. The 2 animals, it affirms that part, but we already know that there is some truth to the Old Testament. But for us, we have certainty in being able to say that that text within these chapters is correct. We can have that certainty. You cannot, because you're struggling with 2 different traditions which you have no understanding of or criteria to judge which is correct and which is not. And the reluctancy to dismiss the Yahweh's text, considering that you constantly praise Yahweh, and to dismiss this Yahweh's text as something that is not original to the scripture is something that's going to be very difficult for you. But then that's not based on evidence, but based more on emotion. Let's look at some of the ahadith. Now,
before you go there, Akhi,
no.
One very interesting thing, when we were talking about these pagan traditions, the Mesopotamian myths and all of the other traditions, right? There was this dismissal of the evidence being presented as, oh, this is just speculation by you guys, that there is parallel between those traditions and what's written in the Bible, right? And then all of a sudden, when it comes to the Quran, just because it's coming later, you are claiming here, as Christians and Jews, you are claiming here that the Quran is copying from the Bible. When you go into the depth of the text, when you go into the details of the text, almost 80 to 85% of the text is completely different. When it talks about the story of Noah, the conversation that Noah is having with his people and the responses he's getting from the people, the dawah that he's doing, right? The conversation between Noah and Allah, his dua to Allah, none of that is anywhere in the Old Testament, right? In the other traditions and historical texts that Ali talks about, right? Or in any of their Talmud or any other place that you can look up, right? So where is all of this coming from? Now, if I want to give legitimacy to a document, which, for example, if I want to talk about the law in America, I would most likely copy from the Constitution that this is what the Constitution says. I'll copy from some other legislative documents and say this is what the legislation is saying, that's going to give me legitimacy. I wouldn't come up with a completely new document, right, and basically present that as this is the law in America. Okay, there's a context in which you have to see this. The Prophet, peace be upon him, is not copying at all from the Bible. There is no way this was copied from the Bible. It's talking about the same individual. Just the fact that you were lucky enough to have some truth about Nuh alayhi salam in your books doesn't make it so that you hold the truth. You have a window into the truth, nothing more.
I would say even less than a window, maybe a small pane of that window.
Or maybe maybe what do you call it? The peephole.
That's the people. Yeah. But so this is the thing, and the interesting thing is we have more extant information about these Near Eastern mythical texts than we do of extant Old Testament texts. So one is actually better preserved than the other, and it's just interesting because when we do start to find more preserved texts, they align with the mythical texts. So what's going on there? How do you explain this? Well, like I said, we'll go on to the ahadith. Now, Faisal started off within his presentation of the documentary hypothesis, speaking about the generations. How many generations are there between Adam and Noah in the Old Testament? Can't remember actually now. Yeah, I forgot.
There's 10. So Noah is the 10th from Adam.
Okay. Now that's correct. How can we say this? Because we have it in a hadith. This is mentioned. In fact, the Sahabi Abu Umama asked the Rasul, he said, "O Messenger of Allah, was Adam a prophet?" He said, "Yes," and Allah spoke to him. The man asked, "How much time was there between him and Noah?" He said, 10 generations. And this is narrated by Ibn Hibban in his Sahih in volume 14, page 69. So again, this is another piece of information that we can affirm for you. But let's look at some of the ahadith which aren't in your tradition. It is narrated in Sahih Bukhari 3339 by Abu Sa'id. Allah's Messenger ﷺ said, "Noah and his nation will come on the day of resurrection, and Allah will ask Noah, did you convey the message?" Again, going back to what the Quran was saying about the conveying of the message and the importance of it. He will reply, "Oh yes, oh my Lord." Then Allah will ask Noah's nation, "Did Noah convey my message to you?" They will reply, "No, no prophet came to us." So of course they're lying. Then Allah will ask Noah, "Who will stand a witness for you?" He will reply, "Muhammad and his followers will stand as a witness for me." Of course, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. "So I and my followers will stand as witnesses for him that he conveyed Allah's message." And that is the interpretation of the statement of Allah, which is found in Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 143. وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرُّسُلُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. So that portion of the text, which in translation is, and we have made you believers an upright community so that you may be witnesses over humanity, and that the messenger may be a witness over you. So there's a little nugget for you in terms of the exegesis of that verse. But this is what the believers will cite in order to testify for Nuh alayhi salam on the day of judgment. Well, what else does it mention? In Bukhari 4920, all the idols, this is narrated by Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu, and he says, all the idols which were worshipped by the people of Noah were worshipped by the Arabs later on. As for the idol Wad, it was worshipped by the tribe of Kalb at Dumut al-Jandal. Sawa was the idol of the tribe of Hudayl. Yaghuth was worshipped by the tribe of Murad, and then by the Bani Ghutayf at Al-Jurf near Sabah. Ya'uq was the idol of Hamdan, and Nasr was the idol of Himyar, the branch of Dhil Qala. Dhil Qala. The names of the idols formerly belonged to some of pious men of the people of Noah, and when they died, Satan inspired their people to prepare and place the idols at the places where they used to sit, and to call the idols by their names. The people did so, but the idols were not worshipped till those people who initiated them had died and the origin of the idols had become obscure, whereupon people began worshipping them. So this is more information about Nuh alayhi salam and the idols themselves, and not only the history of the idols, but how they were worshipped later on by various Arab tribes, Canaanite tribes. Another hadith, this is in Bukhari 3338. This is narrated by Abu Huraira. Allah's Messenger ﷺ said, "Shall I not tell you about the Dajjal, a story of which no prophet told his nation? The Dajjal is one-eyed and will bring with him what will resemble hell and paradise, and what he will call paradise will actually be hell. So I warn you against him, and as Noah warned his nation against him." Where is the preaching of the Dajjal, of the Antichrist, in the Old Testament? It doesn't exist. But this is something that the Prophet ﷺ told the people, that Nuh alayhi salam actually said to his nation. For indeed, every prophet has warned about the Antichrist. And this is what people forget. They forget that the stories of the prophets that we have, in terms of the authentic information, is not just found in the Quran, but it's also found in the Hadith, in the Sunnah. So the Prophet ﷺ, all of this, by the way, is deemed as revelation, because this is ilm al-ghayb. This is the knowledge of the unseen with regards to Noah. So what he is saying about Nuh alayhi salam is information that he has received via revelation. But let's look at this final hadith. This is in Adab al-Mufrad, number 765. Ibn Abbas said, "The Milky Way is one of the gates of the heavens. The rainbow is security from being destroyed by flood after the people of Nuh." The rainbow being a security, because of course, as we see in Genesis, God promises that the rainbow is a mark that he will never destroy people with the flood ever again. Now, is this a tradition that we borrowed from the Jews and Christians? Yes. But is this narration authentic? No. This is actually graded as da'if. So if anything, this is actually falsifying what we are finding in the Old Testament. So for us, our criterion for what we see within your tradition is clear, as is mentioned in the Quran, that the Quran is a criterion to distinguish, right? And of course, the other revelation as well. And this is why the Sunnah is so important. So again, when you guys say to us that the Quran is taking the Bible as an authority, you have to prove this to us from our sources. And if you're going to say that the Quran borrows or plagiarizes from the Bible, then you have to prove that as well. Because as we have presented tonight, not only does the Quran or the Sunnah take from the biblical paradigm, but there is more evidence to suggest that the biblical discourse is taking from Near East ancient works that predated by several centuries. And with that comes to the end of our presentation. Jazakumullah khairan for being patient. We're just under the 2.5 hour mark. Better than last time. Last time I think we went into the 3 hours. But hopefully you've internalized it, and thank you for the Jews and the Christians who have been in the chat, who have been patient. We will be putting out the link now, and for you guys to come on and challenge what's been said. And you can pick any point that you like. So let's do that. And inshallah, brothers, if you want to pin it on your channel as well, so that they can click on it. Oh, I need to open mine. So the link is out now.
So the link is pinned on both channels. We do prefer non-Muslims to join first. Is it pinned on yours as well, Akhi?
No.
Oh, you're doing it.
I'm doing it now. So there we go.
Yeah, one thing I want to emphasize here: if Jews, Christians, or anyone else who's coming up, please make sure that you're coming up with an understanding of what has been presented. We went to a great length here to make sure that we're giving you the evidence, and we're also including our sources wherever we've given any reference to any of your experts, right? So if you're coming up to make a claim only, and it's just this is my scripture and this is your scripture, and I'm just going to defend my scripture regardless of what you've said, regardless of what has been presented, this is just a waste of our time. It's not going to be a productive conversation. What we do recommend is address our evidence, address the evidence that we've presented you, and show us how the conclusions that we're drawing from the evidence that has been presented are incorrect. Because we're not gonna spend a lot of time with you just arguing, this is what my scriptures say, this is what your scriptures say. If that is the case, you're free to just continue believing in what you want to believe in.
All right, we do have someone in the back chat. Max, if you can turn your camera on just for verification. You can turn it off now. Hello, mate. Thank you very much. Let's bring you on. Max, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Not too bad, not too bad. Alhamdulillah. Ala kulli hal.
Okay, great. Okay, so I wanted to start with one thing, and then I'll address what you guys were speaking about. Did any of you hear about the Quran, the other Quran, not the one you got today, that says that you're allowed to eat pig and drink wine, but at the time of Muhammad it was existing?
Wait, you said the other Quran?
Yeah, not the one you have today.
There isn't another Quran.
So you didn't hear of it, right?
I don't have any idea what you're talking about, because there isn't anything about.
No, I just asked it to make a point. So basically, to me, there's no difference between the claim I just made to the claim you guys make about the fact that you believe that there is a Torah for Moses, but you have no manuscripts. No one even heard about it. No one knows where it was, who wrote it, like nothing. But you still believe in it, even though scholarly, it's not Yes, what?
Yeah, sorry. No, I get what you're trying to do. The problem here is with that sort of comparison is that we actually know the history of the Quran from its inception to today. So there isn't any part of the history of the Quran, and if you want to know more, we have actually gone through we are going through the preservation of the Quran. We've done our first episode, before Christmas. You can check it out. It's called The Holes in the Narrative, What is the Quran? It's a 3-hour presentation, just highlighting things that we will be expanding on in subsequent episodes. The next one being on the 15th of this month. So the history of the Quran is vastly different with regards to its textual tradition and the text itself, as well as the oral tradition, in comparison to the Old Testament. Now, what we are saying and what we have proven is that in terms of your earliest manuscript, right, which is the Dead Sea Scrolls, and this is regardless of whether you accept it as valid or not, it has only 21 words, not even verses, but words within 3 chapters. Now, there isn't a trace of that. Now, and this is what Faisal was saying during his presentation, that what textual critics do in order to reconstruct the text, they have to use a flawed methodology, which is to backdate the known text and impose that on the missing text, to try and reconstruct something that they actually have no idea what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So basically my what are you saying?
and Max, sorry, just to address the claim that you made, right? So here's the thing: if you're going to ask a Muslim, if you're going to come to a Muslim and say, "Give me evidence of why the Quran is from the Prophet, peace be upon him," we're actually willing to present that evidence to you, right? Because we say that we can trace the Quran back to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and
Right.
through
I
him.
want to stop you just because I think you missed the point.
Yeah, no, and this is where I'm pointing out to you. What we're saying to you is the evidence that we're looking at. If we try to trace it back to Moses, peace be upon him, the evidence that we see only takes us back to a certain point in time, which is almost 1,000 years after when Moses, peace be upon him, lived. And then in addition to that, there's all these reasons why, these holes of why it does not add up, that this can be traced all the way back to Moses. Now it is upon you to show us the evidence why it can go back to Moses, and then we can take a look at that evidence.
Right. So my point was mainly not about the Quran, about the fact that you do believe that Moses came with a revelation, with a book, but the book that you believe in, right, that the Muslims believe in, has 0 manuscripts, which is around 3,000 years gap, not 1,000 years, right? No one even heard of it ever. So that's what I'm trying to say. But you still believe in it. So yes, we're not perfect. We don't have manuscripts that go back to the time of Moses, but we have more to stand on, as we do have some manuscripts. Yes, they're later on. We do have a book that people today know as the book for Moses. So yes, it's not perfect, but it's has more valid point than the book of Moses that you guys believe in.
I think you're again misunderstanding our position. The reason why it's valid for us to believe in the Torah as it was given to Moses, peace be upon him, without any textual evidence or archaeological evidence or any sort of empirical evidence, is because we actually verify the veracity of the Quran being from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because we authenticate that and test it and validate that, we can then have certainty. But then if I were to ask you, and this is the point we made as well during our presentation, how can you know that the text you are reading is authoritative from God when the earliest text that you have is, only has 21 words across 3 chapters, pertaining to this particular segment of Genesis, and there is no claim to it being from God or a falsification test or any of the criteria that we have in Islam to validate the veracity of that text being from the divine, to have faith in. Look, at the end of the day, we are not discussing this with you as agnostics and secular historians and whatnot. We are believers, and we are speaking to you as believers. This is why we didn't bring up these the flood as some mythical thing. We believe in it, right? But faith has to be based on something. The question is for you, how can you have faith on your text and the veracity of your text and considering and have that align with what you find within the 13 principles of faith, when you've got things like the Tikkun Sefarim, which are currently even today trying to reconstruct the text of the Old Testament? How do you reconcile that with the fact that you have to believe that the text of the text of the Torah is preserved as it was revealed on Mount Sinai? And these are all the questions that you have to answer.
Right. So you agree that the Rambam knew of the Tikkun Sefarim, right?
Yes, of course, yeah.
And he still said that the Torah is preserved, unchanged. So he knew of the term Tikkun Sefarim. Obviously, you guys, he understood it differently than you what the meaning is, which I'll explain. But he's not like he knew and just still decided, oh, it never changed, right? Obviously, the meaning is different. So I'll explain to you. So Tikkun Sefarim does not mean that scribes came later on and changed the text. Tikkun Sefarim, and I'll prove it also. Tikkun Sefarim is basically, if I'm a scribe, I write a book. Before I publish it, I go over the book, make sure there's no mistakes, make sure it's written in a nice way, in it to be like, before I take it out, before I publish it. That's what Tikkun Sofrim mean. That, for example, let's talk about Moses, right? Moses, when he wrote that book, he wrote it in a way which won't make God look like, for example, like there's one example in Genesis about Abraham when he meets the angels. So I don't know if you know that example, but it says about that basically Abraham waited for the Lord, and the Lord did not wait for Abraham.
Sorry, just Max, let's try and keep the examples within these 3 chapters so that it stays within this part. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So I'll just end it. So I'll say why Tikkun Sofrim could not make sense that it is after, like, a later change in text, is because we have the. Sorry, 1 second.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Yes. No worries.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I'm saying the reason is because we do have, I don't know if you heard of it, if not, you can research it, the term which is called kiri uchtiv, basically, which means we have a lot of places all over the Bible which is written in a certain way, but we don't read it out loud that way. We read it out loud differently for various reasons. Now, if the Tikkun Sofrim was a thing, why would we even have that kiri uchtiv? Just change the text instead of just reading it differently, because we are very, very, we have strong belief of not touching the text. That's why we have that concept. Okay, so just let's go back. You said you want to touch what you were speaking about today. I will go back to give proof why I believe that our Torah goes back to Moses later, but I just don't want to forget. I want to touch about what DeAndre was talking about Noah and the flood.
Mm-hmm.
DeAndre, you hear me?
Yep, he's
Yep, I'm right here.
Okay, great. So I wanted to talk about, you pointed out the point that it speaks at the beginning about that Noah is being told to take 2, like a male and female, and then it says 7, right?
Correct.
Right. So it's not a contradiction. I'll explain why. Let me just open it up.
All right.
Where was it? Which verse? Okay, here.
Genesis 7.
Okay, so
wait,
7 what?
Yeah, go on. If you found it, that's one.
Let me go back. I found
Genesis
7.
6, the last passage of Genesis 6 and the opening passage of Genesis 7. That's where the
correct, yeah.
2 are mentioned.
Okay, yeah. So basically it says, from any living, right, you'll take 2, bring into the ark, male and female, and from the how do you say, from the chicken, whatever, off. I don't know how to explain exactly. From the how do you say, from the birds, right? From the birds, because I'm just reading from the Hebrew. That's what I'm trying to get. From the birds, you should take also, right? You should take also 2, male, female, and then after that, when it speaks about the 7, it explains what type of animal, right? So it says the pure animals, you should take 7. So originally it was speaking about generality of animals, you should take 2, but from the pure you should take 7. And same with the birds. From the birds that fly, you see, it says this in the sky, these you should take 7. But the birds, like for example, like a chicken and all these stuff that's not flying, from these you should take 2.
Okay, so let me get your answer right before I respond. You're saying that in Genesis 6, it says to take 2 of every animal, so it's a general ruling. And then in Genesis 7, it says take 7 of every pure animal, so it classifies the type of animal. Is that your response?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know that. I read Genesis 7, but those things, that doesn't reconcile the problem, because you still have, if I tell you take 2 of every dish you're gonna make, and then I tell you actually, for chicken dishes you take 7 of every 2, and then for the rest you take 2 of every dish. That's contradictory, because I'm giving you a general ruling and then I'm completely contradicting that same ruling. So you have to explain to me how that's reconcilable. You haven't quite done that.
Right. So the first verse is speaking just in general terms. Let's say, for example, take from the animals. So take 2.
Okay.
And then if you would, what?
And to be honest, Max and DeAndre, one of the things with some of these passages where these doublets are being discussed, they're not necessarily contradictory. We're not saying that essentially, right? They can be reconciled in some way, but they're still paradoxical. The question is God giving two different commandments here? One is
Paradoxical.
take two. Yeah. One is telling
Paradoxical
them.
is contradictory. Paradoxical is
No,
to
no,
have.
no.
Paradoxical still allows for some form of explanation or reconciliation within it, right? But essentially, even if it is the case, right, the question is, are you telling us that God gave two different commands at two different places? How was that being done?
I'm not granting
So he
that.
said.
Yeah,
So he said
Deandre is
in
not
age.
even going to grant that. So
No,
sorry.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
I think
nice.
Faisal's just trying to be a bit more charitable. The thing is here, you know, it says of all that lives of flesh, you shall take two of each.
That was all I
right?
was just gonna highlight. So
Yeah, so exactly, because it doesn't just look at 20, verse 19. It says of all that lives.
let me open Genesis
because,
7.
From every bird, and he just
Hold on,
expounds
sorry.
upon that. From birds of every kind, cattle of every kind as well. This is the thing. So it's not simply a general rule, but it's being very specific. Every kind of beast, every kind of slithering, thing, every creep, even. And then it goes off, and then in Genesis 7, and this is where the two textual traditions collide. It says of every pure animal, right? Now, surely, when it says cattle is considered pure. As we see in, we know that cattle is pure.
Just to explain to you, so a cattle, not all of them are pure.
Okay, fine. Not every cattle is
Whatever
pure.
the case.
It says every kind of cattle. That would include the pure ones, no?
Correct. So for example, let's say I go. Yeah. So for example, let's say I go to the ice cream store. I tell the guy behind the counter, I want from every flavor 2 scoops, but from the vanilla, I will take only 1 scoop. How is that paradoxical? That's the exact same thing.
Max, that's fine, but you're making the exception. The text does not provide that exception. In fact, it's making an explicit inclusion of everything.
It's not analogous.
Yeah, and Max, here's a better example of that ice cream. If I tell you, go and get a pair of vanilla ice cones, right? You come back to me, and and basically I say, go and get a pair of vanilla ice cones with a pair of chocolate ice cones, right? If I give you that instruction is definitely different from the instruction that I gave you earlier.
Yeah.
Right? You're bringing me 2 vanilla ice cones. You've done what I asked you to. Is this a separate command now? Is this the same command? Because if it is the same command, either in one case I did not convey to you the full commandment, and I have to repeat the commandment with the full instructions, or and this is where I'm granting you that in some way it's not going to be paradoxical, it's not contradictory. But if I'm telling you, bring me 2 of these, right, then it is definitely different from when I tell you, bring me 2 of the chocolates and 2 of the vanillas.
Yeah, I'm not as nice as him. I'm not gonna grant that to you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You guys are all nice. Yeah. So
the thing is, Max, look, we do look when you come and we want to hear what your explanation is, and if you prove us wrong and it does reconcile, that's fine. But on reading the text, because the thing is, the text here is being very, very explicit and very inclusive, and that's why we can't grant this reconciliation, because there are other texts which are seemingly contradiction. We haven't mentioned them today because we ourselves have reconciled them. But this one we couldn't let go because we couldn't find a reconciliation for it. And we've done this exercise. I mean, DeAndre did actually give those options of how people have tried to reconcile it, which just shows that we've given thought to this. And there isn't a way to do it, unfortunately. Now, you might disagree, but it will have to be based on the text. How can you show from the text that all of this inclusion of every kind of cattle becomes what's the word I'm looking for? Subhanallah. An exception.
An exception. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So it does. As you say, it does come in two different commandments right after the other, and it's not, if that's what if I'm still correct, that's what you're trying to say. It's not like he said take 2 of all animals and 7 of the pure. He says 2 of all animals, and then a few verses after he said, but from the pure take 2, take 7. Sorry, is that what you said?
Oh, I'm sorry, but those are not even reconcilable because because if I say take 2 of every animal, right? There's no categorization. Okay, I'm saying regardless of purity or not, you're gonna take 2 of everything.
I don't think that's what he's saying. I think what he's saying is, in terms of, to be able to reconcile this, is to say that God first gave him one command and then changed the command later. Am I understanding you correctly, Max?
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah,
that's fine. That's fine. The problem with that, and we thought of this as well. The problem with that is that Genesis 6 and Genesis 7 presents a doublet in this scenario, and the problem with the doublet is that it's the exact same event. So if you read prior to that, both passages mention God telling Noah to get on the ark with his family, and then gives him the command.
And then it says that Noah did the command. So in Genesis 6:22,
it's the exact same. Yeah, it's the exact same event, which sort of takes away the reconciliation of being given one command and then later given a second command, or the command being changed.
Do you have the passage open, Max? Do you have the passage open?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, I'm actually, if you want to, I can bring it up on the screen and we can take a look at the doublets together, right? Because I just want to highlight how it's not just the fact that the command is given, but basically, and not here. I'm actually gonna bring up. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, you tell me which one.
All right, so I've shared screen. Let's bring that one up. Okay.
I'll say bring it up from Safari instead of Bible Hub.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry, Bible Gateway. Bring it from Safari. I mean, Safari is a better source for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thought so.
Okay.
We've got to give Safari a credit. It's an amazing tool.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah,
it really is. Yeah. There's a couple of problems with it from my end, but like beside that, like it's pretty good.
So you see how in 22 Noah did so just as God commanded him to do, and you can basically read the whole passage and you would realize it's pretty much repeating. This whole section is being repeated here. Then Yahweh said to Noah, and so on and so forth. And Noah did just as Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh commanded him. Right now, interestingly, when you read here, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh is not being used. Right, commanded him, so he did, and so on. So these are the reasons why we feel that it's two different accounts. Right, the idea or the theory that there are two different accounts of the same narrative being presented, and it didn't necessarily happen the way you're reconciling it, that God first commanded him that, oh, get 2 pairs in, and then he commanded him, oh no, let's make it 7 pairs of the clean ones and 7 pairs of the flying and 2 pairs of every other kind, and so on. Right, so that's the reason why it doesn't make sense, because even if in here I start going back up, right, God starts talking, this is how you shall God starts talking about how he wanted the ark to be built. Right, from here, Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Hamet, Japheth. Earth became corrupted, because this whole piece has been talked about earlier, right? The earth being corrupted. If you look further back, this is what the introduction to chapter 6 is about. When humankind began to increase on earth and daughters were born to them, males among them, divine beings, saw how pleasing the human women were and took wives from among those who delighted them. He said, my breath shall not abide in humankind forever, since so on and so forth, right? It was then and later too that the Nephilim appeared on earth when divine being cohabited with human women and so on. Yodheva saw how great was human wickedness on earth, how every plan devised by the human mind was nothing but evil at the time. And Yodheva regretted having made humankind on earth with a sorrowful heart. Yodheva said, I will blot out from the earth humankind whom I have created, humans together with beasts, creeping things, and birds for the sky, for I regret that I made them. Right? But Noah found favor with Yodheva. Now this sort of ends. There's a pivot here. This sort of starts all over again. This is the line of Noah. Right? Noah was the righteous man. He was blameless in his age. Noah walked with God. He begot 3 sons. The earth became corrupt before Noah. We just read this.
Hmm.
Do you see? We just read about this in the earlier passage. Okay? The earth became corrupt before God. The earth was filled with lawlessness. Read this just earlier. When God saw how corrupt the earth was, for all flesh had corrupted its way on earth, God said to Noah, I've decided to put an end to all flesh, for the earth is filled with lawlessness because of them. I'm about to destroy them with the earth. Now we read this later on in chapter 7. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Then Yodheva said to Noah, go into the ark with all your household, for you alone I have found righteousness before me in this generation. Right? So this is really what we're talking about. Now again, you also notice here that Yodheva is not being used when God, make yourself, so on and so on, right? So this is the reason why the Christian and Jewish scholars, when they're looking at this, they claim that there are different sources from which these texts are coming from, and that is their way of explaining the two parallel accounts happening together in 5 to 7, and even later on in 8 and 9, and later on as well. Does that help, Max, of what we're trying to point out?
Yeah. So from what you showed now is that there is repetition, but I didn't see any contradiction, right? So the contradiction DeAndre pointed out, to me, I don't know, I guess you still believe it's a contradiction. To me, it's not a contradiction. It's just originally God said, take 2 of all, and then he came and said, yes, but from the pure, you should take 7, right?
Okay.
I know that it is kind of repetitive, but it's a different command. It's not a contradiction.
It's not just that it's repetitive. It's repetitive because it's retelling the same account.
Yeah, it's within the exact same event that this command is being given.
Yeah.
And within this, like we just talked about how it could be reconciled, right? And fine, if we give you that God gave 2 different commands, does that even make sense? That God has to command Noah once, and that's a partial command, and then all of a sudden God decides, oh no, Noah, you went ahead and throughout the earth and you got 2 pairs of each animal. Why don't you go and get 7 pairs of the clean ones now?
Yeah,
and 7 pairs of all the birds, and just do all the work all over again, right?
If that's true, then either one of 2 things is true, right? And one is that the first command was like purposeless, or 2, it was that there was a change of mind which happened, and that'll contradict with
because now you have other problems here, right?
Yeah, you have another problem. Yeah.
Let Max come in.
Wait, what was the second problem?
So the second problem essentially is that God is not giving the clear commandments from the onset. God is all-knowing. He should have known what is needed. He should have given very clear commands. He shouldn't be making it confusing for Noah, right? So even if we do reconcile it the way you're presenting it, that these 2 commands were given at different times, one was given first and then the second one was given, then we come across this issue that it takes away from the glory of God. That it's making God almost commit an error, na'uzubillah, right?
Yeah,
Human.
he
It
basically
makes him
changed
human.
him. Yeah, so there's two
Yes.
problems here. If you want me to, I guess, reiterate them. The first problem is that the first command is purposeless, meaning that the first command was like a mistake on part of God. He kind of like gave the first command and then it was a mistake, or both commands were fine and God just changed his mind. So he gave one command and he said, okay, that's another command, and then he said, okay, although that command was fine, I'm going to give another command, and he just changed his mind.
Okay, so how is that different from abrogation?
See, abrogation is different. That's
That's a
I
good
knew this was going to come.
That's God's changing his mind, so you
No,
can say
no,
the
no.
same thing.
I knew you would bring that, because that's the natural question afterwards. What's the difference? Abrogation is when there is a change in circumstances. So when God sees that there is now a time period where something needs to change, then he will change the law. But this is in his foreknowledge. He knows he's going to do that prior to that actually happening, prior to the abrogation in of itself. The problem here is that you don't have a change in circumstance. You don't have a change in anything, really. Because again, I mean, the brothers are being very charitable to you. The problem I have is that it's not us being charitable. The text is not being charitable to you in this regard, because it's what you're, in order to give this reconciliation a serious go, what you would have to say is that God told him to take your family and go into the ark, and take two of each kind of animal. Then he says again to Noah, take your family, go into the ark, and take 7 of each clean animal. It doesn't make sense if you follow it as if it's a chronology, because I would understand if God said to Noah, just the part about taking which kinds of animals. But why would God say to him again, take your family and go into the ark? The text isn't charitable to you in that way. And it can't.
And the text actually says here that Noah did so just as God commanded him. So he did. So all of this has happened, and then it talks about in the next passage that
so it's even less charitable there because of that. I forgot to include that part. So I mean, it's very uncharitable to you, the text. It's not even us. I mean, the Faisal started this and trying to be charitable, but unfortunately the text isn't, and we have to deal with that reality.
I'm not being very charitable here, to be honest. Like I'm not granting that they have a way to be reconciled. Like I'm not granting that.
No, of course you're not. But the thing is, it's not because you're not being charitable, DeAndre. It's because the text is the text.
No, of course.
We're dealing with the reality of the text, and like I said, it can't be abrogation, because abrogation happens over a period of time. It's not like it hasn't crossed our minds, but we understand what the concept of abrogation is. It's not merely a changing of mind. In fact, it's not a changing of mind, right? Abrogation is not a changing of God's mind. In fact, saying that God changed his mind is giving him an anthropomorphic attribute, which is something that Jews and Muslims, especially Jews and Muslims, understand is not something you can do with God, with Allah. And hence why, even when we spoke about the passage with regards to God regretting, you see, I'm sure you've read the commentaries, the rabbis, they couldn't tell you that this is actually God regretting, because they understood the ramifications of saying God has regretted.
Yes. So basically, I still don't see why it cannot be abrogation here. Also in the Quran, not every abrogation in the Quran is explained in the Quran why it was abrogated. That's after that scholars and hadith try to explain it.
Max, can I give you an example to make you understand?
Wait, before you come in, Ali, that's actually incorrect, because the hadith is not the scholars. The hadith is the Prophet ﷺ, as well as the Sahaba, telling us the events in which these abrogations occurred. So it's actually first-hand eyewitness testimony from those who witnessed the revelation of the Quran, understanding the events which led to certain rulings being abrogated.
Okay, so what's the issue? Why can't here this story be, which is not a big abrogation, you just take the same thing and then you just take more of a certain animal. It's not like don't take, just take 6 more. Yeah.
But it doesn't say that. It doesn't
the
say
reason.
that in the text. It doesn't say that in the text, and your tradition doesn't say that either.
Yeah, the reason why it
Of
can't
course
be
it says.
abrogation, Max. One second, I'm sorry,
Okay, why
Max.
not?
The reason why it can't be abrogation, and then I'll let you go ahead and respond. Like the brother said, especially within, our tradition, abrogation happens when a circumstance changes, and there needs to be a ruling that fits with this change in circumstance. So in order for there to be abrogation, right, I would understand if maybe this command was given and then later a command was abrogated. And there's issues. I mean, there's things like that even in like I'm a little bit versed in the rabbinic literature where there's like some passages that kind of contradict another in commandments, right? Like where it talks about like meat being slaughtered in Ezekiel and Numbers, and we can, I guess, get into that. But I wouldn't say those are contradictory unless you don't believe in abrogation, and a lot of Christians don't believe in abrogation, so we use this against them. But against you, those would be unfair to use because you believe in. I'm sure you believe in abrogation. So the reason it can't be abrogation is simply because there was no circumstance change where there was a ruling, and then the ruling needed to be tailored more to the circumstance. So Max, I know it's a bit to respond to, but you can come back now. You're good.
Yeah. So yeah, the text does not explain a change why it was abrogated, right? But the text does abrogate the first command, but it does not explain why in the text. Now, the reasons why God decided to do first take 2 of each, and then from the pure take 7, and He didn't do it in one command. I don't know what goes in God's mind, right? But the concept that God does decide to do, let's say one command, then change the command, which is abrogation, is something that happens, and you guys believe in it. So that's why I don't see the issue. But I guess it would just go back and forth. So we both won.
Max,
That's fine. You're
I
right.
have a question. I have a question, Max.
Yeah.
Did Noah do both? Did Noah complete and fulfill both? Could he have?
Okay, so from what I see in the text, right, to me it seems like he originally took what God told him, 2 of each,
No,
and after
I'm
that,
not saying. Well, Max, I'm not saying. Well, he started off with this, and then later on, as he was trying to do it, God changed his mind, or God told him now this. No, I'm saying because here's the difference between what the brothers are trying to say with abrogation, right? Abrogation, for one, implies it tells you that the circumstance has to change, meaning as far as time is concerned. So if circumstances change, meaning the issue of time over time is involved, right? So what the passage is saying is, at first God is saying one thing, and then he says another thing, or you trying to see it as, well, wait a minute, well, he's just being more in depth. That's how you're seeing it. You're seeing it more as, oh wait, Noah started off doing this, but then as he was doing it, that's when God says this. That's not what's occurring. It's you telling the same thing. What's going on, what would make your case, and I'm actually listening to both sides, what would make your case, Max, is if for one, what would really make your case is if this never happened this never happened at all. But two, what would make your case if God said, no, wait, this is better. Meaning giving some inclination that, well, Noah, you've been doing this, now I want you to do this. That's not what the verse is saying. It's literally saying one passage is saying do this, and at the other passage it has no reference back to the previous one. It does not go back and say, well, wait a minute, I told you earlier too, but now I'm telling you this. Meaning the fact that you're relating it to the earliest one and you think they're somehow connected, that's something that you're coming out of your interpretation, because you're saying, wait a minute, at first it's saying 2 of every animal, but now it's saying this. It's got to be linked because it's talking about every animal. No, that's not what the verse is saying. You're concluding that. That's where you're putting your eisegesis into it. What would prove your point is if the later verse said, well, at first I told you 2, now I'm telling you this. That would prove your case, but it doesn't say that, and you can't make it say that. And because it doesn't say that, it's saying 2 completely different things. If it's saying 2 completely different things at the same time, at the same exact time, because this is before the flood. This isn't 2 different floods. It's before the same flood. That means it's happening. Both things cannot occur at the same time, meaning both commands cannot be fulfilled at the same time, meaning it has to be one or the other. And this is what the brothers have a problem with you on, because you're seeing it as, well, wait a minute, now God's just, telling him this, but no, it's talking about the same event in the same passage of time. Time has not passed. Abrogation, time passes. With Noah, time did not pass because the flood still did not begin just yet. Make sense?
Yeah, so for me, it seems like time did pass. Yes, not a lot of time. It could be a day, but right, but time passed. For example, it says after the first commandment, it says...
Does the verse say that?
Let Max finish his thought.
Yeah, so it says... Yeah, so after the first commandment, it says that Noah did like everything that God commanded him. And then God comes out and says, come into the ark. And he says, I saw you righteous, and blah, blah, blah. And then he says, take 7 of each pure animal. So it says that he did what God told him. Then it went into the ark. It does not specify how long the difference was between the first and second command. Could be it was a day, could be it was a month, I don't know, right? But even if it was a day, time did pass. It's not like it was in the same sentence. He told him, take 2, and after a minute after, take 7, right? It was a time difference there. But I guess we both would disagree. I would like to go for their different points of view.
My one pushback to it is this. My one pushback, because I'm telling you, in order to prove yourself right, I mean, I understand your frame of thinking, Max, but in order to actually give more credence to your claim, there has to be reference to the original, or to the first command. The second command, if he really fulfilled it, God, instead of rather than to eliminate the action and to eliminate the possibility that, well, it's a contradiction or it's a paradox, it would be better if God says, now that you've fulfilled this, now I want you to do this, because that's what a passage of time is. Because in the first one, like you said, it says that Noah fulfilled it. It says that Noah fulfilled it. What does it mean to fulfill? He's got 2 animals, each animal inside the ark, right? That's how he fulfilled it.
There's a small detail. Remember that the command wasn't just about the animals. It was to also put his family on the ark as well. So when he fulfilled what was to be done, he put his family on the ark as well as all the animals. So yes, when God tells him again, take your family and put them on the ark along with 7 kinds of when you read the text as it is, and understand it for what it's saying.
Why would he say it again?
It can't be an abrogation, because what if Noah has done everything that God commanded him, that means he's already put his family on the ark. So why would God then tell him again, take your sons and your wives and your sons' wives on the ark again? Yep. It doesn't make sense. Hence why we're saying this is, look, from an evidentiary perspective, you have a doublet where it retells the same thing. The text is very explicit with regards to the animals. There is it is explicit with the commands. The command is given twice. Why does it give it twice? There are 4 or 5 points there that unfortunately don't allow the text to be reconciled.
Yeah. So Max, this is something we just want to point out to you. Go back, take a look at it. We've shown it to you how it is. It's also understood by scholars of the Old Testament and how they try to reconcile it. Their methodology is that they take the chapters 5 to 9, right, the whole flood narrative, and they basically say, okay, there's this happening from the start to the end. They basically put it in together, right? Then they put a second piece together, and they basically see that it's sort of been knit together into this intricate narrative, right? when it can actually be decoupled, and one narrative that's telling the same story as the second one can actually be put side by side, and you can see the parallels between those two, which would suggest then that they were at some point in time two different narratives with slight differences in there, which were
It's
taken
retelling the
by
same event.
exactly, which was taken by some individual, put together into this one narrative of the for the flood. Okay, and that person, instead of editing one or the other, they basically decided, okay, we're gonna keep both narratives in line with each other and just interlay them rather than get rid of some of the problematic elements in one or the other, and so on, right? So they didn't make a judgment. They basically said, we'll keep all of them.
Yeah, so that's basically the documentary hypothesis,
Yes,
which
exactly.
which soon I'll address, and I'll try to disprove why it does not make any sense that this theory. But I just want to get to the second point of DeAndre about the days of the flood.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so
Yep,
basically he was
I'm listening.
yes, yeah. So you're saying that. Let me just open it up. That one.
So
Okay,
it's
Faisal,
12,
if you
17,
want
and
to, you
34.
can.
Hey Max, before you continue, I just wanted to confirm, because I like to close chapters before we open up another one. You now see what the brothers have been telling you, how the story, there's no passage of time as far as abrogation involves a passage of time, but this story, because it's still saying, hey, put your family in the ark 2 times. Do you now see how it can't be abrogated because it's retelling the same event rather than looking as if you understand now what the brothers are saying, right?
I understand what they're saying, but I would still disagree, because I would say it could be explained as the documentary hypothesis. There's different people, but it could still be that he told them collect animals, go into the ark. After he told them go out of the ark, which is not a big deal, right? Just open the door and go out, collect again and go back again, right? Why is that
When
an issue that he told them to do the same thing
I
twice?
understand
It's just like what Yemeni said. It wasn't just to put 2 of every animal. It says also the family. So my question to you is just to kind of regurgitate what Yemeni was saying. Did you yourself said that Noah fulfilled that, because the command wasn't just to put 2 of every animal. It was also to put the family. So he did that. He put 2 of every animal and he placed his family. But the problem is, if he already put his family in the ark, would there be a need for God to say again, go put your family in the ark?
If they exited, so yes.
How? Where does the text say they exited it? Because it says Noah fulfilled it.
Yeah, listen, the text does not say every single part of the day that they did. You know, the text come to show
And
you
this is
what?
and here's what we're talking about, letting it speak for itself, because we're actually just going with what the text says. You're trying to interpret it and fill in the gaps, because you notice that there are gaps, because literally you know that it does not make sense for God to say the same thing over when his family's already in the ark. God knows everything. His family's already in the ark, but let me tell him again, hey Noah, go put your family in the ark. He didn't say, it means to give you credence. If you would have said, go put your family in the ark again, or return your family to the ark, that would make more sense. But it doesn't say that. It literally says it as if it's the first time it's happening, meaning go do this and then put your family in the ark as if it never happened before. When you're interpreting it as, well, they could have left the ark. Yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda. That's your interpretation, because you know there are gaps. And come on, this does not make sense.
Right. So when I'm reading it now, and to me, if you see in the verses, it does God does not tell Noah to bring his family in the first commandment to bring them into the ark. It just says that once I'll bring the flood, then your family will be with you in the ark. It does not say you bring them in, but it does say you should bring in. So it seems from the verse that he did bring in the animals, but not his family. Yeah.
Did it say that Noah fulfilled it?
Yeah, he fulfilled the commandment, which was for the animals.
What was the command?
It wasn't commandments
So
to take the animals.
Look, the thing is, that's fine. I mean, if you want to say that they left the ark, that's fine. That's actually perfectly reasonable to assume that, at least from my perspective, because again, to be consistent for us, when we look at the Quran doesn't give every minor detail. There are things that need to be explained by the ahadith, and sometimes even by Israeliyat, by Judeo-Christian tradition. But at least we have a source to go back to that we fill in the gaps with. The question is, where is your source where you provide these this information that you fill the gaps with? That's the first thing. The second thing is, just from a human psychology, you know, the family's been told that there is a flood coming. They've been put on the ark. Do you think that from a psychological perspective that the family would want to leave the ark again, knowing that there's a flood coming? There are a few questions there that still need to be answered, even with this reconciliation. I have no issue with the reconciliation on that, from that point, but what's the source? Because when we reconcile things, we have a source to reconcile them with. And if we can't reconcile them because of inauthentic information, we say, we leave it. All right?
Right. So as well, we have oral Torah, which explains a lot of things. Not saying about this story, but in general, explains a lot of things that are outside of the text.
Agreed.
And right, and prophets that came after and explained some stuff. Right, we have these type of things. But here, the text itself, it does not specify, right, that that God told him to bring in the first commandment to bring in. He just says, you and your family will go into this, and then he commands them to bring the animals. But okay, so just yeah, I want to go to the next point. If you guys,
no, yeah, that's fine. Like I said,
okay.
This is not for you to answer now. We'll move on to the next point because we've spent enough time on it.
To the next
but
point.
what I want you to do, sorry, DeAndre. What I want you to do is, if you are going to present a point of reconciliation, then at least have your tradition, because we know that you have a vast tradition, and we've read through your tradition. The problem we're having is that the explanations you are providing to reconcile these things are not found, at least within the research that we've done, are not found within your tradition. So hopefully next time, we'll be doing this in 2 months' time, because the next month is Ramadan, inshallah. We'll be going through Genesis 8 and 9. Inshallah. Tune into that and look through 8 and 9 and look at your tradition, so that when we do raise certain questions, think from our perspective, what would we find, problematic, and then research that, so that you can have a tradition that you can go back to and say, well, listen, guys, you've said this, you said this is a contradiction. I have here from our tradition that it's not a contradiction, and we'll put our hands up. We'll be like, fair enough, we didn't come across this. It's no issue for us to be proven wrong. But when we are going to be proven wrong, we want to ensure that we are proven wrong from evidence and not from speculation. I hope that's fair.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, no worries. Let's move on to the next point.
Yeah. So okay, Max, before we move on, I just want to say, I hope, because I know you might disagree, but at least do you see where we come from in this matter? Because in order for us to have genuine conversation, if you bring up a point, we will steal man, and I see where you're coming from on the abrogation thing. I just want to know, do you see where I'm coming from on the accounts being contradictory?
Yeah.
Even if you disagree.
Right. So I see where you're coming from the point that why would you say the same story, which is not exactly the same, but why would you repeat certain sentences in this next story? That I could see.
Yeah.
But to me, it does not seem contradictory. It just seemed like, it could have been written in a better way, more concise, for example, not into different stories.
Yeah.
Right, but I still didn't see that as a contradiction. It just, it's not like something that is contradiction. It's hard to explain. It's to me at least.
No problem. Okay, so you said you wanted to talk about the flood days. So
yeah,
what you want to talk about?
Right. So originally you were saying that it says 40 days and then it says 150 days, and it seemed to you like it's contradicting, right?
Yeah.
Right. So basically the way I see it is that originally it says that the waters were 40 days on the earth, and then it continues to say, and the water continue rising, and took the ark off the earth. Right, that's the original. It says 40 days, and then it continues to explain that the water continued to rise, and and then it started covering also the high mountains, and explains the how high they were, whatever. And then it says all the animals died, and all that, and just continues to explain what happened after that. And then it says the waters continue to increase on the earth 150 days. So it's not like it says originally it was 40 days and then 150. It just says at the point of the 40th day, then the ark rose from the ground, because it was on a mountain. It rose, it was in a high spot. It rose from the ground. But then it continues to explain what happened after. It continued to rise. Then all the animals finished to die. And then at the point where it says 150 days, that's the conclusion of this part. And then it's continuing again.
Okay.
So basically, the 40 days are part of the 150.
Okay, I see your explanation. The major problem that I have is actually very simple. Verse 12 says that it rained for 40 days and 40 nights on the earth. So, if it rained for 40 days, how can the water continue to rise for another 110? That makes no sense.
Again, what was the question? If it rained, how could the water rise? What do you
Verse
mean?
12 says it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. So verse 12 says it rained for that long. Then you're saying water just continued to rise, right? But if the verse says it rained for 40 days, how can the water continue to rise for 110? In order for water to continue to rise to that level, more water needs to be added to it.
Correct. So it was raining, plus water from the ocean, like a tsunami, for example, and water from the ground came up. It was a combination.
Where are you getting that?
Okay,
The
so
text mentions none of that.
Right. So before I look into the text, we have oral tradition, which this is where I know this story that is true, right? Either from the text of the oral tradition. Now I'll look in the text and try to see if I can find it in the text that water came out from the ground as well, because rain is specifically says in text, like we both saw just now. And yeah, so it says over here in 11, I think. Let me see. Okay, so it says it's over here. So it says in verse 11. Verse 11, it says, "And that day, all the springs, right, opened." And it says, I don't know how to explain it in English because I'm reading the Hebrew here. It says, if you want, you can put it on your screen. It says, Te'om Rabbah, which is Te'om is the water underground, started coming up. This is verse 11.
Yeah.
Verse
If you
11
could,
of chapter 7.
So the way you're reconciling this is that the passage is speaking about the rains going on for 40 days and 40 nights. However, it doesn't comment on the water coming out from the earth. So therefore,
it does.
No, as in a time frame. It doesn't give you a time frame from how long the water was coming out from the earth. So you are now doing the math and saying, well, the water's been coming out from the earth as opposed from falling from the sky for an additional 110 days, making it the 150.
No, so basically it says, so originally before it even said about the rain, it was saying that all the water started coming out of the ground, springs and water from underground started rising, and then it was raining for 40 days. And then it goes down, and it's continuing in the verse 17. It says, and the flood was till this point, right? 40 days. The days mean like days and night, right? It's like a day, what we call a day, a full day on earth. And then it continues in 18, right? It says, and the water continued to rise and rain, whatever. Continued. It says, which is became even more. Yeah, so basically it's like a starts, and it's like a time frame, right? It doesn't say exact time, but it says originally water started going from the ground and started raining until they got to the point after 40 days, which the ark, which was in a high place, started floating, and then it continued. All the animals died, and then we get to verse 24, and it says the water continued to rise and grow in the 150 days. And then a few verses after that, it says, then God closed the water from the ground to stop rising, and the rain he stopped also. And then the water stayed, and then slowly started to decrease.
Okay, so if the rain was stopped when God closed it, then it states that it was raining for more than 40 days.
Correct. So what it says is originally 40 days. It does not say it rained till the 40 days and it ended. It just said 40 days was the point which the ark started floating.
No,
Reading the verse.
that's not what it says. It says
that
it was
okay.
raining for 40 days and 40 nights.
Correct.
So if I,
And then after that, verse 18, it says the water continued to rise, and then the ark started going on the water.
Yes, but that wasn't due to the rain water per se, because like you mentioned earlier, it mentions about the water coming out from the ground as well, from the springs. So that could have caused the ark to rise. So your explanation of the rainwaters continuing, raining for 40 days and 40 nights in order to lift the ark, that doesn't actually work within the text, within what the text is saying.
Right.
Because
So
it
it
makes perfect sense that the rain water combined with the spring water and the underground water rising, that combination would also lift the ark.
Right. And then in chapter 8, verse 2, then it says that God stopped the rain. So up to then, the rain and the waters continue to rise. And then in chapter 8, verse 2, it says God stopped the water from rising and stopped the rain. And that was after the 150 days.
I don't know if you can put it in that way. I mean, there is something there that you've got, but I'm not sure if it's exactly that.
To me, it seems like, I don't know. Because it does not say that the rain stopped, right? It just gives you a point. 40 days passed, and after that, it continues to say that then the ark started floating. It does not mention that it stopped raining, but it does mention a few verses after that, after the 150 days, then it says that it stopped raining.
But the language of the thing is the language of the Old Testament in general as well. When it mentions a time frame, it mentions that time frame because of a start and an end point.
It does not. It does not specify stopping and starting.
No, I'm saying the way the language is used. Like, for example, even like, and again, I don't speak Hebrew. Well, not well anyway. But being a Semite as well, knowing the Arabic language, we have very similar sort of linguistics and styles. So when we talk about a time period, or between two time periods, we tend to think of a start point and an end point.
So it would if it would say why. But here it explains to you. It doesn't have to say. It gives like a timeline.
Yeah, it doesn't have to say why. So for example, I can say, let me think. I could say أنا اشتغلت من الساعة 8 إلى الساعة 6. Right? I worked from 6 to 8. I didn't mention, from 8 in the morning till 6 in the evening. Yeah. It doesn't mention that I started at 8 and I finished at 6. Right? I didn't say that in the Arabic language. I just said I worked from this time to that time.
Right, but what if you continue after that and saying, and then I continue working from whatever you ended at 6 or whatever, which is the verse continues to say. Then it continued rising right after the 40 days.
It doesn't say that. No, the water continued to rise. It doesn't say it continued to rain. Okay, there's a difference between the two, because, like I said, there's a second mechanism that could have the waters rise, which is the groundwater rising. That would make more sense than your explanation. I'm helping you trying to reconcile this.
Yeah. So
that
basically,
would make more sense.
Yeah. So basically, there is a verse that says when the rain ended, which comes much after.
But then that's the issue that DeAndre was pointing out earlier, right? And this is why we weren't so much focused on the groundwater, because we realized that the groundwater actually does. So, but like I said, it's if you're saying that the rain stopped, okay, at the 150th day, and the groundwater at the same time, the problem is you have a 40-day period. And your explanation, and like I said, I'm speaking to you as a fellow Semite, right, with very similar linguistic styles. Mentioning a time period without mentioning a start and a stop doesn't mean that it's arbitrary. It still means that this is when it started and this is when it stopped. It started raining and 40 days and it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. That already tells you it stopped. And even Christians understand it in this way, reading the plain English.
Right. So by me reading the English and the Hebrew, which the Hebrew I read here, but what it says, I'll give you a better analogy. Basically, let's say if you say I worked from 9, and then at 2, right? At 2, I started eating. Does that mean I ended working? No, but what it says here, 40 days, then it explains what 40 days, right? It gives you a time, 40 days. Then the ark started floating, and then it continues. And then so for example, it would be like saying I worked from 9, and then at 2 I started eating, and then at 5 I ended. I left work, right?
No, but
that's the time period it gives you here.
No. But the thing is, that's just telling you what's happening in the interim, right? In between that time period, it's not telling you that something has stopped and started again. It's just telling you what's happening in the interim.
Correct, because nothing stopped.
What?
Oh, in the verse, nothing stopped. It says what?
But the thing is, like I said to you, we could say with this text, we can say that the rain stopped, but the groundwater continued, which caused the ark to rise. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
it would make sense unless you have verse comes after to explain.
No, exactly.
Say
that's the thing that's causing you the problem, because what I'm telling you makes sense. But the reason why you're struggling with it is because you have to fit in this idea that the rains stopped after on the 150th day, along with the groundwater.
Otherwise you have a problem.
You have a problem. Now, because you got two different, tellings of this. Now let me just check the notes again. Or is it chapter 7? The thing is, you've got two different traditions again. Verse 12 is the Yahweh's tradition, and verse 24 is the priestly tradition. And this is the thing that's causing the issues that we see in the text. And and this is the exact same issue that we saw in the previous contradiction that we were discussing. They both came from two different textual traditions. Now, if you didn't have this Yahweh's tradition, which talks about the rain was upon the thing is, it says it was upon the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. Hence, it's telling you it stopped, right? But
yes, if it would just end there, but it continues to explain what happened at the 40. Why does it say 40? Because it explains what happened at 40 days.
No, but the thing is, in 17 it says it again, and the flood was 40 days upon the earth. The thing is, it's making it sound. The thing is here, it's saying, that's how long it was there for, and then it shifts to the waters increasing, which is a different tradition, by the way. The text as we have it, as it's broken down, it's a different tradition. Verse 20, verse 17, the first part of it is part of the Yahweh's tradition, and the second part of it is from the priestly tradition.
Yes, but I don't see any reason to split it into different traditions.
And then Yemeni, check chapter 8, verse 2. Check and see which tradition that's from.
It's half. It's actually from the priestly tradition. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven was stopped. So it's from the priestly tradition, which is the tradition, which chapter 7, verse 24.
Is
is
from, okay.
from. Yeah, so those go hand in hand.
That would
No
make sense
problem
because
there.
the
The thing
Yahwist would contradict the priestly. Then that actually makes so much sense.
They actually more in line, and this is why making it putting the text being split in two in terms of tradition makes sense, because if you put it all together, it would contradict, and it produces a contradiction. And so Faisal, when he separated the two on in his presentation, you could see a uniformity within the narrative given from the Yahwist and the priestly text. Both made sense on their own, but when they put together within the same text of the Old Testament, that's when you have problems. So you're forced to choose in a way. The question
I don't see any problem. That's the thing. I don't see any problem here.
Well,
So
I mean,
what's
so
the
here's
reason
the
to
thing.
separate it?
Can you explain to me how you're reading this particular verse 12, where the translation is saying the rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights? When anyone would read that, I'm not sure of the Hebrew. Can you tell me if it's a good translation or if it is a bad translation?
Again, say it again in English.
So verse 12, it's on the screen. Okay, you can read the Hebrew. You can tell me if the translation here, the rain fell on earth 40 days and 40 nights, if this is
Correct,
a good
yes.
translation or if it's a
It
bad
is.
translation. It's a good translation, right?
Yeah.
So if I understand the meaning of the verse by reading this translation, I'm not misrepresenting you, right?
Correct.
So if the rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights, anyone who's reading it is going to understand this to mean after the 40th day and the 40th night, there is no further rain falling down on the earth. And this is where we're trying to understand from you, how are you coming up with your conclusion that it continued to rain?
Okay, so to me, it seems like you made a huge jump here, because why would you conclude that it ends the subject, that it says it stopped raining, when it says 40 days passed, right? Why does it have to end there, especially that the verses continue to explain what was going on in the 40th day? And that's why it gave you this times.
If I tell you I'm going for 1 week, what do you understand from that? What would happen on the 8th day or after that week?
Okay, so if you just say this without continuing anything else, then it seems you're going just for a week.
And what am I continuing to say? The same day Noah and Noah's sons went into the ark with Noah's wife and 3 wives of his sons, and they and all beasts, right? So here's the question. If this is chronological, why is it talking about Noah and Noah's sons going into the ark again, right? That doesn't make sense again, right? Do you understand? Because
so basically what it's saying is, because up to that point, the ark was still on the ground, right? So at that point, when it was about to be lifted off the ground, they went into the ark. And then it's saying in verse 17, it was 40 days, right? Like I just said, and then it started rising. That's why they just went in. So it's explaining to you why it gives you this times point.
You're telling me here that for 40 days the rain fell and the ark was still on the ground. Is that
correct?
Is that your interpretation of it? Okay, even if I'm granting
that's from the text, because it makes sense, because it was in a high place. Yes, if it would be on the ground, like in a low place, doesn't make sense, right? It should rise fast. But if you're on the mountain, it makes total sense.
Okay, let's take it further, right? The next part is, and Noah came into the ark, to each of all flesh in which there was breath of life. Then they entered, comprised. The flood continued 40 days on the earth, and the waters increased and raised the ark so that it rose above the earth. Right now, my understanding is when we look at 17.
Yeah, but just continue one thing. It just at the end of this verse, and then it covered the mountains. You see?
Yeah, but over here, the 40 days, the flood covered the earth for how many days?
Which verse are you looking at?
40 days. This is 17.
17, yes. It says 40 days, yeah. It says up to this point it was 40 days. Yeah.
Everybody's in the ark now. Okay, the flood continued for 40 days on the earth, and the water increased and raised the ark so that it rose above the earth. Okay? The
Correct. That
water
was after
swelled
the
and
40th
increased
day.
greatly.
That was after. That was probably the 40th, 41.
Okay,
Right,
I'm
probably.
granting you the first 40 days that it took
Okay.
to flood the earth, right? Until that point, the ark hasn't started floating. Okay. Now, the flood continued for 40 days on the earth. For 40 days, the flood continued, and the waters increased and raised the ark so that it rose above the earth. Now, anyone who's reading this, if the waters are increasing, there must be a reason for the water increasing. Are you telling me that the rain had stopped on the 40 days? Or are you telling me it's continuing after 40 days?
Continuing.
Okay, so this does not make sense to me then. Then the rain fell on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. That doesn't make sense. Do you understand?
No, so it does. If you continue reading, you just take that verse, it wouldn't make sense to you. If you continue reading, it says it rained. Yeah.
Where do you make sense of it that the rain continued? I'm trying to understand from you.
No, so I'm saying, why does it give you that time 40 days? It doesn't come to end stuff, just come to explain what happened at that point, and then the verses continue to explain what happened after that.
Yeah,
right.
No,
the water started rising more, covering the mountains. But verse, let's say chapter 8, then it says that it stopped raining.
Okay, look, I'm trying to understand over here. This is specifically talks about the rain, right? If you read the context of the verse, okay, it's the verse itself is saying, and this is simple English, I'm just trying to understand the meaning here. Okay, the rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and you're telling me this is a good translation. It's not like somebody did a bad translation, that we're misunderstanding the meaning of what is being said here. The rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. You tell that to anyone, they would understand that for 40 days the rain was falling. After the 40th day, the rain did not continue falling. All right. That's what it normally means when you use this phraseology. Now, what I'm trying to understand in the rest of the passage, where are you getting the idea that it continued to rain after the 40th day? And you have to show it to me for me to take that meaning from the rest of the passage.
Okay, so basically, if you just take that verse, yeah, it could sound like it ended, but you can't just pick and choose, right? You have to read the whole chapter and see what the story is talking about. So if you continue, I'm saying it's all one story. If you separate it into one verse here, one verse there, then you can make it sound like, yes, it might have ended, but it does continue to explain to you. And when you read the following verses, then it makes sense why it's explaining here the 40 days, right?
No, yeah, but you have
Hebrew,
to understand there are contradictions within the story then that we're talking about, right? Because the 150 days do not really add up from the 40 days, okay? And if there is a meaningful way in which you're reconciling it, show it to us how you're reconciling it. Where are the rest of the 110 days from the 40 days?
Okay, the rest is here when it continues after the 40 day, from verse 18 till verse 24. This whole thing that says here, that whole took place from the 40th day till the 150th.
That's a different tradition, though. That's
because you separated it, but it doesn't have to be separated.
No.
Even if I give him that it's the same tradition, Brother Yamani, it doesn't specify that it's the remaining 110 days, right?
Agreed.
So I'm trying to understand from here, right? Because over here, again, this talks about for 40 days, 17 is talking, the flood continued 40 days on the earth, and the waters increased and raised the ark so that it rose above the earth. Now it's talking specifically about the flood. The 40 days here, the subject matter is that the flood continued for 40 days. Now, at the end of all of this, and when the waters had swelled on the earth 150 days, now remember, you were talking about rain and all of these things. Even if I give you the 40 days and the other 40 days, right, that only adds up to 80 days. Okay. My question is, where's the rest of the 70 days? Are you telling me it's sort of buried in here somewhere and you're coming up with them? But what is your basis of coming up with those?
What do you mean? It doesn't specify 80 days, 100 days. It just gives you a timestamp. So it says 40 days, The next timestamp is 150 days, and then whatever is written in between, that took the extra days. It's
Okay,
not like
that's the
nothing.
way
It's not
you
like,
reconcile.
okay, it will make sense if it would say like 40 days, and the verse after says then 150 days. Hey, where's the all in between? What happened? But it does explain to you what happened
That's
in between.
exactly what I'm trying to ask you, right? Where are you getting that from? Because it clearly is talking about the flood or the water being on the earth for 150 days in total, right? For 40 days it rained, and for 40 days the flood stayed. Okay, so my understanding is when the water has swelled on the earth 150 days, that's basically talking about a flood. It's just another way of talking about the flood. All right. Over here in verse 17, okay, it talks about the flood again. The flood continued 40 days on the earth, and the water increased and raised the ark so that it rose above the earth. Okay. So for me, this is, again, it's just two different ways of talking about the same subject. You're explaining it or describing it in one, and in the other, you're using a word from the language to explain what it is. But they're talking about the same actual event. Or are you telling me that they're two separate events, or one is a sub-event of the other? And explain to me where you're coming to that conclusion from.
Okay, by the 150th day, that verse, it says the word va'igberu. If you see also in this verse over here, that no, don't move, verse, which number? I can see it, 18, right? It says the waters swelled and increased. So that means it continued, right? Continued. And then the same word that you see at the beginning, they increased. It's used also in verse 24. It says the water increased on the earth 150 days.
Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up the 18.
Yeah, so 18, the first word is increased, va'igberu. The water increased, and that same word it uses in 24, verse 24, when it says also the water increased 150 days.
Right?
What?
Vayurbu?
Va'igberu. Yeah.
Okay. Continue to
Yeah.
search. So how is that different from the other one?
Right. No, so it's the same. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying that basically the verse 24, which says 150 days, it says 150 days the water continued to increase. So it means it didn't stop raining or increasing. It continued, and then it stopped after the 150 days when you read the verse after. Right? Because I would grant you that if it wouldn't say anywhere after the chapter after that the water ended, then maybe you can explain it ended there. Maybe yes, it doesn't make a difference, right? But if you have in chapter 8, it explained that it did end here.
So here's the thing, Max. Even if I grant you that the 40 days the water continued to rise, and then we're saying again 150 days the water continued to rise, right? All it shows is that somebody is only telling you part of the story, right? Instead of knowing the full story, that what happened all the way to the 150 days, somebody wrote part of the story that 40 days something happened within 40 days, that the water keeps increasing for 40 days. But does something happen after that 40th day? Was that a milestone that we're trying to specify something happening? Or are you telling me that nothing happened after the 40th day, and all the same everything that was happening up to the 40th day, it just continued happening after the 40th day? So I just want to understand what you're trying to point out.
Yes, I'm saying it's a milestone, not milestone, that 40th day.
Okay,
The milestone
so what
was
happened
that
on the 40th day? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so right after the 40th day, the verse continues to say that then the ark rose from the ground, started floating. Only then, that was the milestone, right? That's why it gives you here the 40 days. It took 40 days for the water to carry the boat from the ground.
So you're telling us that water up to the 40th day, right? There was no flood, Okay, the rain continued for 40 days. Then for 40 days, there was by the end of the 40th day, there was a flood, and the ark started to rise above the earth. Okay, and now you're telling us that eventually it took the remaining, I'm not sure if it is the 110 days or 70 days, whichever it is. To me, it's like you still have to show us how that will be the case, right? That the ark floated for that time frame, and that's not spoken of, and it's the Bible is silent on that, and that's your way of reconciling it.
To me, it doesn't seem silent because it continues explaining what happened after this 40th day. So it says the ark took off, and then the water started covering even the tallest mountains. And what happened after that? Whatever was left, all the animals, the birds, everyone died. Whoever was outside of the ark, and then it says after all that, it says that the water that we got to the 150th day, that then the
So,
water continued rising till the 150th day.
so today, if I ask a rabbi, or if I look up any commentaries by rabbis, I should be able to see that the rabbis are talking about that Noah was in the waters for 150 days in total, and not till the 40th day did the ark rise. Okay, and then the ark, once it rose, it traveled for 110 days more or 70 days more, whichever calculation it is. I can see that in your text as well, that this
Okay,
explanation that you talk about.
Yeah, so just to correct you, so after the 150 days, the flood did not disappear, right? It stopped raining, stopped rising, but he still continued. If you read the chapter 8, he continued staying in the
Yeah.
in the ark for a while after. So in total, it's much more, right? Till he came out, he was sending the bird and all that. That's much more. So I did not read any scholar, or whatever, any Jewish scholar that speak about this. My assumption would be that they think about like me, like that they would say the same thing, but I didn't read, so I don't want to just say it off the top of my head.
So this is your understanding. This is not an
Yeah, I
understanding
just
from
opened the
any of
book and I read
your
and
scholars, or from the Talmud, or from any midrash, right?
correct.
Okay.
That's fine. It's not a
Yeah,
problem.
we can take that. We can take that. Yeah.
Well, Max, what do you call
Okay,
it? We
so
do have another guest on. So I
okay,
want to give
because I
him a
had a
bit.
lot more to speak about. Whatever. Okay.
Sorry,
About the
say that again.
documentary, to disprove the documentary and all that stuff.
If you want to stick around, that will be fine.
Okay, so maybe once you're done with him, if you don't have anyone else, I'll come back.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you guys.
Cheers.
Okay, bye.
Thanks. Just put you at the back. Yeah.
I mean, he was
Sheldon?
respectful, and I hope that we can stay this way for any of the guests who comes up.
No, of course.
Yeah. I do too.
But this is a good thing. What I really enjoy when we speak to Jews in particular is that they do try, and they they come up with things that do cause us to think about maybe did we actually misread something, because they do have a tradition to go back to. So we always have this lingering question in our mind. Yes, we've done a lot of research, but have we missed something? Because they've got a vast tradition to refer back to.
But Brother Yemni, in this particular case, he's not giving us the traditional view. He's not giving us the traditional view. He's giving us his understanding of it.
Yeah.
And yes, we can basically say, okay, if that is your understanding and that's how you're reconciling it, fine.
But the reality is a different thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sheldon, we'll get you up now. How you doing?
Hello. Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Not bad, not bad.
It's good. It's good.
So Sheldon, first question that I have for you is, did you see the presentation?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good. Then continue, please.
Okay. So, I wanted to ask because when you guys had brought up other stories from like Mesopotamia, other traditional flood stories like the Epic of Gilgamesh and things of that nature. One interesting thing that I see that's different with the story of Noah is the fact that it actually gives and takes time to give accurate descriptions of the ark's dimensions, which some scholars like say points to the idea that the story in the Bible of Noah is more like authentic and can be seen as more that's more historical as opposed to other stories which kind of just say like an ark was built or such. Like I think like the Epic of Gilgamesh doesn't even say that like that every animal was put onto the ark, but just that whoever was commanded to build the ark, I don't know how to pronounce his name, was just asked
I don't know
that
if
he
Ali
put
is.
some of the animals on there.
Ali, Ahi, are you here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, perfect. There are questions for you.
Perfect.
If you catch me.
Repeat the question. Sorry.
Ooh.
It's regarding the size of the ark and in terms of accurate dimensions of the ark, which makes it seem like more of a divine.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't really put it like as divine. It's just like I've read like the opinions of a few scholars, which just say that the fact that it takes time into actually depicting how big the ark would be for the purpose in which it's given, like having all the animals on it, can be used as a testament to that it like that it's more historical rather. Not that it's like necessarily true, but just that it's less it has a less mythological aspect to it.
What I'm trying to understand is how is that more historical? Because if it's talking about Noah, then there's absolutely no historical evidence that Noah even existed. So what do you mean by historical accuracy?
From what I've read from a couple of scholars, when they say it's like historical, they mean just like the story in general, not that the events actually occurred or that the events happened, but that it's more of like a historical story, meaning it doesn't have as much of a mythological sense to it like the other ones do, because they don't entirely like the other stories focus more on mythological aspects rather than an actual type of situation. So I think the way to put it is like the story of Noah seems more like how somebody would actually document the story if it actually were to happen, by including the actual dimensions of the ark for the purpose that it had.
I'm seeing problems with that, but if Ali's here, he can respond.
Yeah. So you know what? Before I go ahead, because I want this to be a conversation. DeAndre, you go ahead.
Yeah. So first of all, no. When you say mythological aspects, are you talking about like where it says that God regretted? Because that's in your Tanakh too. So, and if you're talking about that, it's also talking about they have the same concepts. Someone, God or the gods, either regretted that he made mankind or is going to kill them off. Then someone is warned by God or gods, by God or a god rather, about the flood. They make a boat, and the Epic of Dissected actually does mention the dimensions. And then the flood happens, and then they use birds or animals to check the flood. So it's not historical because history doesn't account for things like God regretting and God warning a guy of a flood. Now, we both believe in that, but it's not a historical story if it mentions God within that story. But Ali, you can go ahead and respond as well, because that's more your field.
DeAndre, go ahead. Just give me about 2 minutes. Just give me about a minute or two. I gotta take care of something real quick.
The problem I'm having with the statement that it's accurate is what are you basing the accuracy of this off?
Actually,
What
there's
do you mean?
there's something interesting that I've shared. If you want to bring it up, it's an article by an individual who did a calculation of how big should Noah's Ark be to have every species or every living animal on it, right? So this person did this calculation, right? I'm just gonna I'll put the link in the chat, but regardless, for those who are interested in his conclusion, right? His conclusion is: it turns out a ship large enough to hold that many animals is
Is that
necessary
Zakir Naik?
to be buoyant enough to float them. Sorry, no. But that's no small task. An ark length, an ark large enough to hold all of the land animals would have to be about 500 feet longer than any ship humanity has ever built before. Doing it today would be a massive engineering achievement. Doing it a few thousand years ago would have been a miracle, right? And you can go through the calculation on how he's arriving at it, see how accurate it might be. But for those of you who are sort of thinking about how big the largest ship so far that we have built is, it's almost half a kilometer long, right? And Noah's Ark, the dimensions. Can you tell me what the dimensions are, Sheldon?
Hang on, let me.
300 cubits.
300 cubits. How much is 300 cubits? Let me actually do 300.
That's the length of it, anyway.
Yeah. So about 450 feet. Okay. And we're talking about 1,500 feet, the largest ship that we have. And we're adding, according to this person, we're talking about something almost 2 kilometers long, right?
At minimum.
Just as a start.
The thing is, I'm not too concerned with this because, like it says at the end, doing it 3,000 years ago would have been a miracle. The whole event is a miracle. I'm not too concerned with the math of this. We have a text that is describing the ark, and he's saying it's accurate. On what basis is he saying it's accurate? So Sheldon, on what basis are you saying that the description or the measurements of the ark in Genesis 6 is accurate?
What exactly do you mean?
I mean, on what basis? Like, how do you know that this is accurate?
Are you saying like how I know? How do I know it's like actually happened?
Sheldon, you made
No,
a
how do you
claim.
know it's an accurate dimensions? How do you know the dimensions are accurate? How do you know that the gopher wood is accurate?
Fawad is in the chat. He's saying because it has more details. Yamini, keep up, bro.
Wait, what did he say? Wait, what did Fawad say?
Because it has more details, Yemeni. Keep up, bro.
Yeah, exactly. That's a way better way to put it than I did.
Sheldon, you made a claim. You came up here and you said, "Hey guys, so I noticed that the story of Noah is actually more accurate." The brother is asking you what your evidence for what are you using to say this is accurate and the others aren't. That's what he's asking you.
Well, I don't exactly know if that's the exact way that I put it. I was trying to say not that it's exact. Well, because I'm trying to understand, what do you mean when you say accurate?
So Sheldon, let me try to steelman your argument. Your argument was that compared to other historical sources, the Bible gets the dimensions of the ark right. That is why you believe that the Bible is reliable,
Historically
viable when it comes to the story of Noah. Is that a correct interpretation of what you made the claim of?
Sort of. I wouldn't say that it's because the dimensions that it gives for the ark are correct, but more so that they're like they're more accurate in the sense of how like you would actually build something with that specific purpose. So like I said, when you compare it to other stories, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, I haven't exactly read it, but it, from what I've heard from scholars and such, it doesn't give an accurate telling of the dimensions of how it was made, of things of that nature.
Yeah, but what's accurate? That's what I'm trying to understand, because I just gave you a calculation. Is that an accurate calculation then? Should we take that as accurate? Because that's based on the information given within the text as well, right? So we're trying to gauge where you're getting this idea of being accurate from.
Well, when I say accurate, I just mean that
my apologies, but believe it or not, I just clocked out of work just now. It took this long.
All right.
So Sheldon, sorry with that. What were we saying?
So I was just coming on to ask that compared to the other stories from Mesopotamia that you brought up, such as the Epic of Gilgamesh, the story of Noah provides more detail and tries to put more emphasis on how exactly the ark is built and its dimensions.
Yeah, it's the story
points to more reliable.
The story of Noah is not the only one. The story of Noah is not the only one. The Epic of Ziasudra, I mentioned. I'll also mention, and besides that,
gives dimensions, but
and besides that, so what I'm saying is this: keep talking about historical accuracy because you're looking at it from the historical perspective. One, I use those stories to talk about themes, right? But if you want to go with historical accuracy, that is where you're doomed to fail in the beginning because for one, there's not even any historical accuracy from Moses, the person who with whom you believe wrote the Torah. There's no historical accuracy that he even existed. But yet you want to go before Abraham, before Moses, before Jacob, all the way to Noah, and you try to prove it with history. That's something that you're doomed to fail from a historical perspective. So it's not even just about comparing it to the mythological stories, because the reason why I did that is to talk about the influences that occurred. But do you really want to argue, or you want to make a case for the historical accuracy for someone that there is no historical information about?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You have a lot of background noise.
Do you really want to make a case, a historical case, about a subject or topic that there's absolutely no historical accuracy about? Because I got to ask you a question, right? If you didn't believe in the Bible, right, Sheldon, if you did not believe in the Bible, is there any reason for you to believe that Noah actually existed?
If I didn't believe in the Bible?
If you did not believe in the Bible, is there any reason? Is there any reason to incline you to believe that that Noah even existed?
Okay, so because there are multiple ways. There's like two ways I can answer that, and it's dependent upon what you mean by believe. Does that mean that like I just don't believe that what it says is true, or that I reject it as on any historical basis?
What do you mean by?
How about this? Okay, do you believe the Bible is from God?
Yes, I do.
What if you didn't? That's what I'm talking about.
So just because I don't believe that the Bible is from God doesn't necessarily mean that I wouldn't believe someone like Noah existed, because the figure of Noah is, is very has a big impact in multiple religions, including their own. So based on that, I can draw a conclusion that there was probably someone like Noah that existed.
So
now that doesn't mean that him or his story 100% are true, but based on the fact of how much it influences things like religion.
But here's the problem, though. In my opinion, that's a flimsy argument. That's a flimsy criterion because, for one,
he dropped out.
You dropped out. Okay. I'll just finish by saying this. Yeah, I'll repeat it when he comes back.
Yeah, why don't you get in the car and then just let us know that.
Bro, it's all good. I've been up for a long time anyway, so if I sit down now, I'm probably not going to get back up. So I'll be fine.
Okay. All right. Is someone else? Is Sheldon in the back chat now? Can you just check? Okay, he's back. Ali.
Yeah, hey, sorry about that. I misclicked
So
something.
no worries, Sheldon. So yeah, as I was saying, that's a flimsy criteria to have simply because if you're saying that all something needs to do is be historic, is to have multiple cultures talk about it, then congratulations, Gilgamesh is historical now. There is a tablet, the Blundell Prism, a historical tablet that mentions the name Gilgamesh, the Hittites, the Mesopotamians, the Akkadians. So no, that's Mesopotamia. The Egyptians mention a figure that resembles um, Gilgamesh as well, and the epic has been something that has been plagiarized and popularized throughout the Near East. Does that mean Gilgamesh historically existed? Definitively. According to your logic, yes, it does. So congratulations. The Epic of Gilgamesh is not historical.
Well, I wasn't saying that just because like a figure or such impacts society in a certain way means that they're 100% true, but it just means that somebody can draw the conclusion that a figure like that existed.
So
what I'm
but
saying
the thing is,
like the figure
you cannot you
hold up,
cannot
let
draw.
me give you an example
You
of
can. Well, one
how
second. Let me
what I'm trying to
respond.
say.
Let me respond. Let me respond.
But I have an
I'm
I have
telling
an
you,
existence
Sheldon, Sheldon, Sheldon,
You're commenting
Sheldon.
when you don't even know
I
what my
know,
point is.
I know, Sheldon. I'm
You
saying from the
don't.
very beginning, Sheldon. I'm telling you from the very beginning, that's not how you trace history. That's
I'm
what I'm
not
trying to
saying
tell
that's
you
how
from.
you trace
So,
history. I'm not saying it's a
but we're
100%
talking,
definitive way to do it. I'm just saying that it's a way
but we're
somebody can draw
talking,
one conclusion. I'm not saying it's it's an
Sheldon.
absolute 100% way to do it.
You
I don't
cannot
understand why you're
draw a.
thinking like
You
that.
cannot. I'm telling you
You can
because
draw a
I'm
conclusion from
literally.
anything. That doesn't mean that the conclusion is
Can you,
100%
Sheldon,
true, and I'm
Sheldon,
not saying
Sheldon, calm
what
down.
the conclusion
Sheldon,
is.
Sheldon, calm down, bro. Calm down. All right. The conversation started because you're talking about a historical perspective, right? I'm telling you, if you're going to use a historical perspective, then you have to use the basis and the criteria that makes or that analyzes what makes something historical because you're looking at it from a historical way. I asked you, I said, if you do not believe in the Bible, I made a claim. If you do not believe in the Bible, and I asked you, by the way, if you do not believe in the Bible, do you have any reason to think that Noah even existed? And when I said that, let me clarify definitively. Now, here's the problem. If you have no reason to believe, because let's be honest, the main reason why we believe that Moses existed, because me, is because I believe in the Quran. You believe Moses existed. You believe Noah existed because you take the Bible to be authoritative. So the basis of which you're holding on to your historical perspective is the Bible, something that you hold as authoritative. If that authoritative criteria was moved, was gone, you have no basis also because for why? If there's not even a historical evidence to show that Moses definitively, I said definitively existed, then there's no way you could find out someone like Noah. You have a better chance finding someone like Gilgamesh. This is what I'm saying. Removing the Bible from your authority, there's no historical criteria. And if there is, name me something that's actually attested by historians where you can find out or you can actually use to build as your foundation to see if this person existed. And using the ark is not one of them. Go ahead.
Okay, so when you originally asked me, you just asked me if I would know that Noah existed. You didn't say definitively no. And second, when I presented the idea that somebody could draw the conclusion that somebody else existed based on how that figure is portrayed to have impacted society, I'm not saying that that's a 100% definitive way to prove someone. It's not. I'm saying that it's one way somebody could draw a conclusion. Now, I'm not saying that conclusion is a 100% accurate conclusion, but it is a conclusion. An example of this is Jesus. I can't prove that the Jesus of the Bible is the true Jesus from like a purely historical standpoint, but I can prove that a figure named Jesus did exist because of how he impacted something like the Roman Empire. And the conclusion I'm coming to, is not 100% accurate to that extent. The Jesus I could be referring to could just be some random dude. He could be, it doesn't matter. So what I was trying to relay, I was trying to clear my point, but you wouldn't let me speak, is that I'm not referring to a 100% way to prove something, but that somebody can just draw that conclusion based on that.
And this is what I mean. There's no solid criteria. Because if using that analogy, then you can make a case for Tiamat or Ziusudra existing or anybody. And this is what I'm saying. So and obviously, if you didn't understand what I mean by as far as definitively, sure. But I'm asking this right now. Are you 100% confident that Noah existed? Are you
Yes,
in your mind? Are you 100% fully sure that no? And where's that 100% coming from? Isn't that coming from your belief in the Bible as authoritative?
Yes, it is.
So you remove that belief away. Can you ever be 100% anymore?
No, but the idea itself doesn't entirely disappear. Is what I was trying to say.
We'll repeat that.
Well, what I was trying to say is that the idea itself doesn't entirely disappear. It means I'm not as certain of it, but it's like a thought. It's like
Okay.
when people say we could be living inside of a simulation.
Okay, so now here's okay. So now thank you for that answer. Here's the $1 million question now. Why are you trying to make a case for Noah historically? Because that right there, you shouldn't even be making a case for historical Noah.
When I say that when historians look at the text and say that it's more like historic, they're not saying that the events actually happened or that Noah actually exists, but just in terms of the story in and of itself, it's less of a mythological story by the dimensions that the ark gives.
It's less of a mythological story by the dimensions of the ark gives. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, explain that, because
the dimensions it gives about the ark is what I meant to say.
The thing is,
so
you can have a perfectly. Sorry, Ali. You can have a perfectly, good methodological story with as many dimensions as you like, as many details as you like. In fact, most of the stories that we read in novels today go into so much detail, and even include real places and real people, yet they're nothing but fantasy, right? They're nothing but ahistorical. That's not, like Ali said, this is not a criteria for establishing something. And at the end of the day, Sheldon, for you, this is not about a probability. We're talking about salvation here. We're talking about understanding religion, understanding who God is, what he wants from us, what the guidance is, all of these important things. To say that something is probable isn't good enough for you to have faith in. It has to be certain. The reason we're doing these streams is to ask you, what certainty do you have in the scripture that you hold to be true? Why do you hold it to be true? Not why do you hold it to be probable? So the question for you, Sheldon, is, the thing is, we left out the whole measurement of the ark because it wasn't really a significant point. This is not a salvific point, but you brought it up. And it is a problem because now you have a very exact dimension, and if you want to say, well, this is giving it more of a historical validity, you'd still have to prove that these dimensions are accurate, but you can't do that because there's nothing to measure it, there's nothing to compare it to.
Oh, yes, I understand.
Quite honestly, and this go, Sheldon. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So yes, I understand that. I was just the point I wanted to try to make with the dimensions of the ark is that the dimensions fit the purpose the story gives the ark more than the dimensions that are given in other stories, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, where you can't even accurately draw out what that would look like.
Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make it true, though, does it?
I know. I'm not trying to say that it makes it.
So again,
Sheldon,
I have to address this. I have to address this. Sorry, Ali. I just have to address this. If I ask you guys, what is my total bank balance, right? Let's say whatever the amount is, right? I'm not disclosing it right now. Ali says it's $120. Yamini says it's $300. DeAndre says it's $450. And then I come out and tell you guys, oh no, it's actually $7,000. right? So that doesn't mean that just because DeAndre was the closest, he actually got it right, or that he had somehow been better at this. This is nowhere near what it should be. Okay, the point that you're making does not hold. It does. The conclusions that you're drawing from the premises that you're putting forth, they do not hold. We're just pointing out that to you.
You know what? This is perfect, Aki. Thank you. So you really just give me an idea. Sheldon, if I may ask you, what is the difference between precision and accuracy?
In what sense?
Just in general, the general definition. What does precision mean, and what does accuracy mean? What's the difference between something being precise and something being accurate? Are they the same thing? What's the difference?
To be honest, I think we should try and change topic, because the dimensions of the ark is not bearing
It's
it.
actually a moot point, to be honest.
No, and I'm closing up after this. I just because I want to build a framework. All right. So after this, we'll close up.
Ali,
So Sheldon,
I would suggest just let him know, because I don't think he would understand this.
So okay, precision is
accuracy
the approximate.
Precision is like how close measurements of the same item are to each other, or the same thing. And accuracy is just how close of a measurement it is to the true measurement, or the true accepted value.
So, and everything in which you just said, you're talking about precision. You're talking about, well, wait a minute, the approximate, the one story here, and then we can see things in another way, and this thing says here, but yeah, something can be close to one another.
Did we lose him?
Yeah, we lost him again.
Right when you're about to make that point.
No, he's back.
Okay, he's back.
So yeah, Sheldon, no worries. So Sheldon, precision is basically that's what you've been arguing for, and that's what I've been trying to tell you. So just because you could literally have 100 darts, you can, shooting darts at a wall. You can literally have 100 darts. You shoot 100 darts at the wall. You can literally have each dart right next to each other. You can hit right next to one another. You can even hit the same dart, but that still does not mean you hit the bullseye. You can be far away from the bullseye, hitting dart after dart after dart. That still does not mean you hit the bullseye. Something can be precise and not accurate. Something can be accurate but not precise. What we're looking for when it comes to these stories, that's what I've been the whole point of what I've been doing as far as how I look at it. I look at it in terms of precision. Do I think the story of Noah in the Bible is accurate? No, I do not. However, when you compare that story with other Mesopotamian, who it has been historically noted that even you believe this, they were exposed to the Mesopotamians not only during the Babylonian invasion, the Assyrian invasion, but even in the book of Jonah. Jonah went to Nineveh, which is in Mesopotamia, and even in with Abraham's from Mesopotamia. In the Garden of Eden is described in Genesis to be in Mesopotamia. So without a doubt, there is an exposure, there is an understanding, and there is a general acclamation, a general not conditioning, assimilation with the Mesopotamians. So notice that's why I only keep it with Mesopotamia. If I was looking for precision and not accuracy, I would have went to Egyptian mythology, because believe it or not, the story of Noah and the flood in the Bible resembles Egyptian mythology too. It resembles Japanese mythology. But why did I not talk about that? Because that wouldn't be accurate to the source of what I'm trying to say. And what is the accuracy? The accuracy is the evidence that the ancient Mesopotamians, the accurate is the historical belief and the historical stance that the ancient Mesopotamians were a people that the Jews would have been familiar with, that the Jews would have been assimilated into, and that the Jews would have had an understanding of the concepts and their culture. That's why I use accuracy, and that's why I only use the Mesopotamian religion. And notice, even with the Mesopotamian religions, it's still precise with the stories, whether it's the Epic of Gilgamesh, whether it's the Epic of Ziusudra. I could even went to Akpali, but that's another story. So That's exactly what I'm doing. Now, I'm not saying for sure they copied. No, I'm saying historic, because I'm using a historical basis. Historically, it would have been probable. That's why I even listed scholars that say the same thing. It's not just me saying it just to build up something. Just no, I listed scholars. If you say you watched the presentation, I mentioned scholars. Go read the works who say the same thing, who've studied this. And this is what I'm talking about: precision and accuracy. Now, unless you have something of that same, rather than speculation, or a accurate criteria that we can all hold ourselves to, until then, you have no leg to stand on, my friend.
Yes, and I understand what you're saying, and I wasn't trying to say that the dimensions of the arc definitively prove it, or that that's some criteria to use, but that it's something that you got to kind of take into consideration when you compare these stories.
I see. Okay. But the mention in the arc still, if anything, there's still nothing I can take into consideration, because again, there's nothing really to hold on to. Even if there is some, even if by any chance, even if there is something there's there's a mark on the ground, a huge arc, like a huge rectangular mark on some mountain somewhere. That's oh, wait a minute, this fits Noah. That still does not mean you still have to stretch to link it to Noah without trying to force it. So even if with the ark, the understanding of the ark, that can come from anywhere, because it happened however so long ago. And that's why you really cannot tell me, Sheldon, the measurements of the ark that you think it's talking about Noah, you cannot prove to me that it's not talking about Utnapishtim. I forgot his name again. Utnapishtim. You can't prove it. You can't tell me it's not talking about Ziosudra. Utnapishtim. Again, Indian.
It's very Persian, to be honest. Ali.
It is, though. It is.
It is Persian.
And Sheldon, and this is not me being biased. This is not me saying, oh, because I hate because I go against Christian. No, this is me looking at it the same way how you are historically. Because I don't view the Bible as historical. I don't view the Epic of Ziosudra historical. I have no dog in the fight. I don't. But when I look at it historically, when you compare the stories and when you compare the fact that they were exposed to one another, it's uncanny. If something happened, one example that I like to use is this, and please, please stay with me. One of my favorite soccer player right now in the world is this guy named Thomas Muller, right? And the reason why I like Thomas Muller so much is everyone says he scores accidental goals. If you score one goal lucky, what do people say? Oh, lucky goal, right? But then you do it again. Lucky goal, right? But then you do it 20 more times in the same season. 20 goals, that can't be luck anymore. Now you start thinking, wait a minute, the coincidences, you just so happen to do this again and again and again. You cannot say that's a coincidence anymore. You got to say he's planning something. You got to say he did that on purpose. You got to say maybe he's onto something. The same thing with those stories. The uncanniness of the resemblance. I'm not saying they're identical. I'm saying the uncanniness of the resemblance as far as how they relate to one another, and the historical accuracy that I'm using to say that these stories came before Moses even existed historically. You cannot just say, well, wait a minute. If you're sincere, well, looking at it from a historical basis, I understand you have your religion. If you're looking at just historically, you have to take that into account and say, well, wait a minute. If I'm looking at it as just a historian, it is highly probable that these people who were exposed to the oppressors, the Mesopotamians, these groups of people use the Mesopotamians as their influence. It's uncanny. It's highly probable. Nothing is certain in history, but it's highly probable. You understand what I'm saying, Sheldon?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
There we go.
But I guess, like I said, I guess the point that I'm trying to make is
Go ahead.
Probability can still be somewhat used by somebody to say that something
Yeah.
existed.
I agree. I definitely do agree with you, but
that doesn't definitively prove it is. But
no,
it's
I agree.
Than not having anything.
Sheldon, I agree with everything you're saying. That's why the problem with history is there is no such thing as historical certainty. So the fact all we can do when it comes to studying history, this is why I asked you earlier, are you looking at it from a historical perspective All we can do when we study history is focus on the probability, because for one, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. So, because in history there's no such thing as a historical certainty, the best thing we got is something being highly probable.
And one last thing is,
Mhm.
a little bit before the end of the presentation, you guys,
Mhm.
I think it was, I forgot who exactly said it, but you guys said that you guys were questioning how the Bible called Noah righteous if he had the capability to become a drunkard. And
That's right.
my question is, that's not entirely that's not entirely how the Bible puts righteousness, and I'm just wondering why exactly you guys view righteousness like that.
Did
Because
you
like Proverbs says, the righteous man is the man who falls and gets back up. So the Bible
Okay.
says that righteousness is not necessarily is not necessarily being absent from the ability to do something, but it's having the ability to correct yourself after you do wrong. It's not just not having the ability to do wrong. But I'm wondering why you see righteousness like that.
Okay. Juan, you don't mind if I take this, inshallah, do you?
No, go for it.
Go ahead, bro.
Did you see the argument that I made?
Yes, I saw your report.
Okay, so what did I say?
Oh, well, all I really heard from you was how you were talking about. What were you talking about? All I heard from you was about how God regrets and things like that.
That's not all that I said.
Well, no. That's just it. That's all I heard from you. I don't remember much of what you said because it was like
Okay,
towards the
so
end. That's when
you don't know my argument about Noah being righteous.
No,
So
that
my
part I
argument.
don't recall hearing.
Okay, that's fine. I'll be generous and I'll give it to you again. There's a word in Genesis 6:9, which is temim or temim. What does temim mean?
Hang on.
Give him the answer, DeAndre, because we've got another guest behind, and it's 4.5 hours. Remember, it is 2 a.m. for me, and I've got work in 4 hours.
my apologies. Okay.
Hey, you'll be fine.
That's wild. My apologies. Tamim means blameless. Okay, and I'll give you a Hebrew lexicon. Faisal, if you would want to put it on the screen. Tamim means blameless, and it's the exact same word that's used in Deuteronomy 32 verse 4 to describe God, right? So blameless. So if Noah was
Do you
called
remember
blameless,
the Strong's reference? The Strong's word?
8549.
8549. Okay.
Of course I remember. Faisal, what do you mean? Of course I remember. So Tamim, hopefully it pulls up on your screen. Tamim. So my argument is that because Noah is called blameless, that means that nothing he did could be blamed against him. And
in that present moment, it's not a term that refers to somebody throughout all of time. It refers, so when it's calling him blameless, it's referring to that specific moment, in which when he became a drunkard was after. So you can't say because he was called blameless before he did something that what he did after somehow affects that.
Okay. So he was the only blameless one in his generation. That's what the text says. Okay, he was the only blameless. And then, first of all, that wasn't even the main crux of my argument. The main crux of my argument is that if he was blameless, Jesus cannot also. You can't say he was the only person who didn't do anything wrong, because Noah didn't do anything. Even if you're referring to his dad. Yeah,
in that exact moment, but then Noah went to do something wrong. Jesus throughout his entire life did nothing wrong.
I mean,
so when you're calling Jesus blameless, then yes, then it's referring to the entire time he's ever existed, because never once did he do wrong. Whereas in the case of Noah, because he's called blameless at a specific point in time and then goes and does something that would make him no longer blameless, then when he's called blameless, it doesn't mean that he was blameless for the entire time that he lived, but he was blameless for the time in which he was called blameless.
Then you're special pleading. Because
the word is okay. The word is. I just want to clarify. The word is righteous. It's not.
No,
the word used is righteous.
Righteous and blameless are two different words that are
No,
used in the passage.
I'm looking at the concordance. It says Noah was a righteous man.
Yeah, but when you look at the Hebrew,
then I'm looking at
righteous and blameless are two different words. They're separate. The word he's referring to is the word for blameless, but the word for righteous is something completely different.
So there's two words here. Noah was righteous, Sadiq, and if Muslims are listening to this, their ears would perk up.
Sadiq.
Right?
Yeah.
Sadiq. Yeah. Tamim Haya.
Yeah, Tamim.
Bedurota. Righteous, blameless was in his generations. Right? So understand this, that this particular word in his generation, let's bring it up as well. Let's see what the Strong say about it.
So I think the only thing that really goes for your argument is the fact that the root tamam means to be complete or to be finished. So if that was the word that was used, then it would imply that he would that in that state he couldn't sin because he would be complete.
Actually,
that is the word.
That is
the word. That's the root of the word.
No, it says tamim. It says entire. It says entire.
The lexicon. Okay, Sheldon.
Okay, I'm bringing it up for you guys. Here's Tamim. Right,
yeah.
Tamim, which means definition is complete, whole, perfect, blameless, without blemish. Okay, so what are you trying to say?
Well, when you look at the word, the word origin, the root means to be complete. It means to be finished. But tamim doesn't mean
it. Tamim means complete.
Yeah, it means complete, but it doesn't mean to be complete. It just means complete.
Come on, seriously, I don't understand what you're trying to point out. This is even worse for you.
Complete, whole, perfect. It means complete, whole, perfect, entirety.
Yeah. Now you're just arguing for any scraps that you can get in the form of semantics.
No. The problem, the issue that he has is actually not in the word tamim. It's in the word, what do you call it, for generation, because that. Okay.
I'm bringing that one up as well.
Yeah, bring that up because it says the usage, the Hebrew word dor, primarily refers to a generation or an age, often used to denote a period of time associated with a particular group of people. It can imply the span of a lifetime or the succession of people within a family or community. In the Bible, dor is used to describe the continuity of God's promises and the cyclical nature of human history. So it's in whole, not in part.
Yeah, and this would actually mean. Yeah, go ahead, DeAndre.
And that completely, brother Yemeni, that completely goes hand in hand with my definition of tamim. And so by that, you have two people who are blameless. And yeah, that's a theological issue for you that you need to reconcile. What the heck is going on out there?
So, and from my perspective, I was adding for you guys that, okay, you can blame him for the drunkenness and basically lying naked in a way which he was, it was something which others could have observed, right? Which happened. And then when he woke up, what is it that he does?
Come on. So
it will all come up in the next.
Why are you spoiling
session?
it for them?
Well, if you want to talk about the cursing of Cain.
Oh, we will talk about it.
We will talk about that. We will have a conversation with that. Not now.
Juan, we don't need to worry.
When that time comes, I'll dismantle the argument.
We don't need to worry about it. Okay, I'm pretty sure 2 months from now we're all gonna forget because we're still gonna be in our Ramadan mode, so it's okay.
Speak for yourself. As soon as Ramadan's over, I'm back in it.
Well, you're
bro? Like,
you're the exception, Akhi. Come on now.
bro, come on. I'm right there with Yemeni, bro.
Yeah.
Okay,
Anyway.
so just want to make sure one thing that Sheldon, here's the deal. If you're making a historical argument for your scriptures, right, we debunk the historicity, right? When I talked about how the oldest manuscript that you have that you can actually point to, the Dead Sea Scrolls, they don't have most of this passage. There's only hints and clues with a few words here and there that have been that are translatable, and in total, just 10 of the verses have anything at all, if anything, in there, right? 2 scrolls that can be pointed out for this. Now, where are you getting this from? This is all post, first century BCE now, right? If at best, if you're going to take the Septuagint as a source, but that source is, again, it's in Greek, it's not in Hebrew. So big question marks for you on your claims for historicity. And remember, the Hebrew Bible itself, where are you getting that from? That's in the 10th and the 11th century. The current complete manuscript that you have is from the 11th century, 400 years after the Quran. So our book is coming before your book, and we actually have a better claim to historical, to something that goes further back in history than you do right now. Okay. Now, the second question that we have is, you claim this is coming from Moses, right? You have the burden of proof to establish how these statements that are there in Genesis 5-7 can be traced back to the historical Jesus. If you can prove to us that historical Jesus did exist, right? So there is a tall claim that you're making, right? A huge task that you've given yourself, and we would love for you to prove it to us.
Well, I can kind of prove it for the New Testament, but for the Old Testament, it's just not possible.
There you go.
Sorry, if the Old Testament doesn't exist, then the New Testament is pointless, right?
Yeah.
The way I see it,
Not
because your
necessarily,
whole
is
New
built
Testament,
off of-
no, Sheldon, your New Testament is built on the premise that the Old Testament is true and Jesus is fulfilling all those promises. If the Old Testament is a false document, the New Testament does not even register as a document that we should be addressing. It's just hocus pocus now. Mumbo jumbo.
I wouldn't say that the Old Testament is a false document, but from the Christian, the Christian belief is built off of the teaching of Jesus. So if a man just read the New Testament alone, he would be considered saved.
But Sheldon, again,
I understand what you're trying to say.
The teachings of Jesus that you're referring to, right? They don't exist. There's very little in there that you can actually point out to as the teachings of Jesus when it comes to
that's a whole entire different thing.
Yeah.
I don't even think you can prove that from the Old Testament, because
exactly.
from the New Testament either.
And in most of the cases, it's just pointing to the old law. It's just pointing to the old law, right? Keep the law, keep the law. So what are you referring to if you cannot even establish that document that you're referring to?
It's not even that. Forget about the teachings of Christ in the New Testament. His very birth is based on Old Testament prophecy. So if that
I made a video about that.
Yeah, so if that doesn't come true, if the Old Testament is not reliable with regards to its text, then what are you even building the idea that he is the messenger of God and the Messiah on, or even divine? Because they claim that he is divine because of the Old Testament. It's the foreshadowing of his divinity in the Old Testament because of Genesis.
We both know that's false.
Of course we know this, but in terms of their claim, doesn't work. But anyhow, he dropped off again. I think it's got internet issues.
You know, Rahi?
Well,
I can't wait till we get to Isaiah 50 years from now. I really can't wait.
Inshallah. But let's get Gemez on quickly. Let's try and give him some time before we wrap up, because I am starting to lose consciousness slowly. Gemez, we'll bring you on. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Hello, Ali ja Manny.
Hi.
Faisal the Andre Insera.
Yes.
And Ali. Hello, all.
Hi.
How you doing?
And good evening for everyone. I'm doing good. Hello.
Good. So, did you see our presentation or what we presented in the first segment of the stream?
No, I actually missed the presentation. I didn't see it. So.
Okay, so
did you see any part of it?
I heard Ali talking about precision and accuracy, so I took on.
Okay, no, okay. So you missed all of the presentation.
You know, it's a sad day when all you heard was me. Come on.
So you missed all the presentation. So then,
I mean, I personally like some stories of Bible, but I don't believe in Bible. So.
Okay.
I'm not Christian, so I don't think it really matters to me.
This stream is for Jews and Christians.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because we're going through their scripture and examining it, putting it under the microscope, and trying to extract the truth of what it is. Is it what they claim it to be? Is it preserved? Is it truthful? Is it accurate? Has it got the guidance that they say it has? All of these deep questions we're trying to bring and extract out from it and examine that claim. And if it doesn't hold up, we show them that it doesn't hold up, and then it's up to them to actually defend the evidence that we bring forward and defend their scripture with evidence that they might have that will counteract ours. And if they can't, then we ask them the question, well, why do you still believe? Why are you not looking at Islam where the evidence lies? But this is what this particular stream is for. We do have an open sort of stream. It's called Impregnable Islam on my channel. We will be doing one at some point this month. So if you come across that, then by all means you can come in and ask your questions and we can have a discussion on that. But this particular stream is reserved primarily for Jews and Christians.
All right. I still have some questions to Ali because I actually listened to him talking here.
Oh, nice.
So it's about the precision and accuracy. So
let's hear it.
So precision is it like the average distance between texts is very small? Like
okay,
if you
I'll give you an example. Okay. So by any chance, what country are you from? You don't have to tell me the country. Just if you want, you can just name a country. What country are you from?
I'm from Europe.
Okay. Do you know the country? Okay. Do you know the countries that are relatively around Europe?
Around, yeah.
Okay. So I'll give you an example of precision and accuracy. Okay. Let's say I am skydiving, right? I'm skydiving and I'm trying to go and land in Switzerland, right? My goal is to land in Switzerland, right? So I make 5 attempts. I'm skydiving, and each time I'm trying to land in Switzerland, right? The first time I land in Portugal, right? Okay. The second time I land in Spain. The third time I land in France. The fourth time I land in England. And the fifth time I land in another area in Portugal, right? So am I accurate? No, because my goal accuracy is that I land in Switzerland. I'm not accurate. However, because of the places that I did land, I landed to countries that were right next to one another. It's precise. So precision is the approximate distance between one and the other. Meaning, if the fact that I landed the areas of which I landed was close by, correct?
Ali, do you want to take this as a tool and
Oh yeah,
just
perfect,
explain
perfect,
it?
yeah, perfect, yeah, perfect. So do you see the picture in front of you?
Yeah, I see.
So yeah, so precision. So as we all know, darts, the game is to reach the bullseye in the center, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the top left is this. The top left is neither accurate nor precise. Now what does that mean? That means since I'm trying to get the center, I'm trying to get the absolute center. Did I in the top left? Did I get the center? The absolute the midpoint in the center? No.
No.
But and if you look at the dots, are any of the dots close to one another?
In the upright.
In the top right, in the top left.
Top left, no.
So in the top left, if they were close to one another, it'd be precise. If it hits the center of the bullseye, it'd be accurate. But since the top left they're not close to one another, nor did it hit the center, it's not accurate, nor is it precise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the top right, the dots are close to one another. However, they're close to one another, but they're still not in the middle. So what does that mean? Because they are close to one another, it's precise, but it's not accurate, because accuracy is putting it dead in the middle. That's accuracy. The bottom left, you can see that every single one of them, it's somewhere in the middle, right? But if you look, they're in different places in the middle. So it's accurate, meaning, okay, well, every one of them is in the middle. The problem is they're not really close together, aren't they?
No, they're not close.
Thank
I mean,
you.
they're in the center circle, but
yeah, but then they're not close. You see, they're accurate, meaning they're all in the center. That's accuracy. But since they're not really close to one another in the center of the circle, that's not really precise. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now the bottom right will be the best example of accuracy and precision. Meaning, are they close to one another? Yes, they are. Are both of them? Are all of them in the dead center of the circle? Yes, they are. So the bottom right is accuracy and precision.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Does looking at this picture make you understand?
I was wondering if there's like mathematical definition for it, where
I mean,
because for me the precision seems that the average distance between shots is very small. But
let me actually Google it, because for me, maybe my type of I can make things clearer. Let me see if I can Google it.
So, sorry, what are we trying to establish here, Jamis?
I was trying to understand, because this is sort of new thing for me.
Yeah, but we're not here to talk about this. This was just to explain something that the brother who came before was misunderstanding. This is not the purpose of the stream. So, do you have a question relevant to what we've presented today?
I was wondering about. Can you explain to me Islamic morality?
Wrong stream.
Do you know what the Tanakh Dissected stream is for?
No.
So for about 2.5 hours, we painstakingly went through a presentation on why Genesis 5, 6, and 7, right? What are the issues? What are the problems that you have with Genesis 5, 6, and 7, including source criticism of the text, why looking at it from a documentary hypothesis point of view, and all the other reasons why it does not make sense, right? And the reason for opening this up for individuals to come up and question us is to talk about the presentation and the evidence that we presented, right? So if you have other questions, I would recommend, if you want to come on Dots Connected on Friday, we will have a stream on Friday. We can have that conversation. Brother Yamani, are you doing any stream?
Yeah, I'm not sure which Saturday I'm doing it, but I do have my own series, Impregnable Islam, which is like an open forum for non-Muslims in general to come and ask their questions.
Yeah. So, James, if you
I might have something to add my own thoughts about the flood thing.
to the what thing? Sorry,
The flood.
what flood?
The flooding story in
Or the
Bible.
flood story.
Okay, did you hear what we presented?
I heard the very end of it.
So I would recommend this, okay? How about, because we, inshallah, God willing, we are holding an open stream on Friday. Our doubts connected to Islam. So what you can do is this: if you want, go when the stream is over, watch the presentation that Faisal, me, and DeAndre, especially with Brother Yemen, because he took it home, hit the home run for us. Go back and rewatch the whole presentation that we had, and then afterwards on Friday, God, that's connected to Islam, give us a follow, okay? On Friday, you come and talk about it, or basically, if you want to have any questions about Islam that we can answer, then by all means. But unfortunately, this is not the stream for you, as far as talking about Islam.
All right.
Yeah, and here's the thing, James, because we've not covered all of the flood narrative in the Bible, right? Our next stream, which we would do in about a couple of months, would continue this current flood narrative, and you can come back. Please watch this stream, watch the evidence we've presented here, and the evidence we will present in the next stream as well. Right, it will give you an idea about what the challenges with the narrative are when you read it in the Bible, right? And we also present to you why the narratives in the Quran make better sense in the way they've been presented, right? So have a look at that, okay? And you can ask whatever questions you have. Now, if there is a question which you think is relevant, please go ahead and ask that only.
I have now maybe something which I personally think about the flood, because for me it's what I have learned about the history. I think a local flood is actually like there's a lot of evidence for local floods.
Okay.
And not for global one.
I would agree.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's just my point.
You're one step closer to Islam.
All right.
So, what is your background, by the way, James? Are you Christian, Catholic, atheist, agnostic?
I used to be atheist, but I consider myself somewhere between deism and agnosticism.
Okay.
Maybe closer to deism.
So you really don't have a dog in the fight here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right.
But we would we would love either one of us. Yemeni, mashallah, he's brilliant, and these brothers are brilliant. I'm just here because I look good. That's it. So we definitely need to see you, because this conversation with you, the only reason why we don't make it seem, we don't want it to seem as though maybe we're rejecting you, but unfortunately we have to keep with the topic. But we would definitely want to have a conversation with you, either one of us. Okay, so make sure either us at Dots Connected or Brother Yemeni, make sure at least one of us sees you. Okay, so if you want to come on this Friday, by all means. If you want to do it on Saturday or whenever Brother Yemeni's hosting a stream, then please do. Okay, but this conversation, let's put a pin on that and then continue later on. Okay.
All right. Thank you for your time.
No worries. Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
Bye. Okay, alhamdulillah. And that concludes our stream for today. 5 hours, mashallah. Not bad. What?
Bro, I got it. Oh, yeah, no. On the side note, I did get in trouble today at work.
Oh.
Yeah, but it was worth it. It's no worries.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Don't worry. Inshallah, we will be doing this again after Ramadan. You know what? I'm losing it now. Alhamdulillah. We've had a couple of guests on that tried to tackle it. So we've had Max, who came on and gave us the Jewish perspective. Alhamdulillah, we've had him on for a significant amount of time to go through. Unfortunately, we couldn't keep him on longer, and I know he wanted to come back, but unfortunately, I'm just not able to continue with what the time being the time. It's 2:30 in the morning now, but inshallah, we can get him back on in our next stream, and of course in our regular streams as well, to talk about not just Genesis 5-7, but other areas as well. And then Sheldon came on. Alhamdulillah, he made a few comments and tried to make a few points. Unfortunately, didn't get too far with it, especially with his internet connection. And so yeah, it's this is just every time we do this, all we are doing is compounding on something that we've done in the previous streams, and just showing over and over again with consistency the problems that keep arising. We are now 7 chapters in, and we've had issues that we've come across in each and every one, which is shouldn't give people too much confidence about their scripture. But there you go. Some people just decide to follow despite the overwhelming evidence against what they believe. So subhanallah. Anyhow, do you guys have any final words before we close up?
I mean, yeah, if these brothers have any, they can go before and first, and then I'll say a couple things, inshallah.
Oh, we're not giving you last words, DeAndre. You gotta go first.
No. Never again. Never again.
What do you? I don't know what these guys are talking about. These guys are preposterous.
Please.
First of all, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. I just had my algebra midterm and I did pass. So Alhamdulillah, by the will of Allah Azza wa Jalla.
Alhamdulillah.
It was pretty damn difficult, but I managed to do it. So a very, very, very good stream. Again, Jazakallah khair to Brother Faisal, Brother Ali, and of course, Brother Yemeni for putting this all together and having us all on the team and choosing to partner with the Dots Connected squad. Really interesting stream. A lot of the guests came after me and my points and my arguments, which, by the way, I'm perfectly okay with. And a matter of fact, I encourage you guys to come up and challenge the arguments that I make. Okay, as Ali would say, I want the smoke.
All
about
the
that
smoke.
action. So,
well, I think it's safe to say that you would get most of it, considering you're dealing with the theology aspect of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I'm fine with that. I'm not complaining. I like.
Yeah, no one likes Faisal because no one can argue his points. So
yeah, it's pretty much they accept it so willingly.
They have to.
We don't care that we cannot establish it all the way back to Moses.
No, they have
it is
to.
historical.
It's something that they can't not accept. But anyway, really interesting. I expected more people to come up and explain the regretting thing. But inshallah, if you guys want to come up and speak to me about that, I would be happy to talk on Dots Connect to Islam on our streams. Inshallah, this Friday, inshallah, we're going to be doing a open stream where Ali is probably going to be late again, and we're going to be talking about Islam and how true. So subscribe to Dots Connect to Islam. Subscribe to Islam God Answers. More importantly, I'm just playing.
Everyone goes first.
Because that's connected to Islam already has a bit of a platform. We're growing out here. So please subscribe to Islam God Answers, my channel where I upload videos critiquing these Christians who try to make arguments against Islam. And with that, I don't have much to say. There's chicken, rice, and beans waiting for me to go eat. So, Jazakallah khairun. Barakallahu feek. Barakallahu feekum to all the brothers. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Oh, yeah.
Wa alaikum salam.
What you laughing at, Ali? What you laughing at, bro? I'm getting racism vibes.
Anyway.
Just a gentle reminder. I want to go to sleep.
Okay. I'll keep this very brief. Barakallahu feekum. It was a pleasure. and I want let's let Yemeni get some sleep. So I'll leave right there.
No. Say what you need. Say what you need to say. Say what.
Yeah. Well, for one, I was gonna say I'm kind of worried because I've been up for almost 24 hours and I'm not sleepy, so I don't know if something bad is about to happen. But besides that, I wouldn't trade this. I wouldn't trade what I'm doing with you brothers for anything in the world. I absolutely love giving dawah. I love giving my all for it. It's strictly for the love of you brothers, for the love of Allah, for the love of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, and this is something that I feel at peace with you brothers, at home with you brothers, because again, we are family. So doing everything, sticking with the dawah, knowing that we're spreading the truth of Islam, it's something that I would never trade for anything. So I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving me this opportunity. I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving me this, the little knowledge that I have that I can do the best with it. And I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for introducing me to you beautiful brothers. So assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa barakatuh. MashaAllah.
Faisal, you got to say something mushy now.
Yeah, I guess I do. I owe it. Yeah, alhamdulillah. I think
beat that.
We're missing one brother, and inshallah, hopefully Fawad, let's see if he can make dua for him, brothers and sisters, that he can get back on the stage, and inshallah he would be he's being missed, definitely.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
overall, what I've seen today,
except that he sometimes takes some of the action from me, which is the one thing I don't like about him.
You're too eager, my brother. You're too eager.
Bro, he's ready. I told you, I'm not. There's something going on with him.
Yeah, but just to finish up on the talk, we had people come up. One of the big challenge, and I hope Max comes and talks about the documentary hypothesis and the other pieces. Here's the thing: we're willing to give you that the documentary hypothesis is just a hypothesis, right? It's probably true. It's probably not true. Nobody from our side, we don't necessarily care. We're just telling you that this is what your scholars use to explain the inconsistencies within the text, and that's how they make sense of it. And this is the template they're using to put to make sense of the different types of information they're getting in the Old Testament. That's all it is. So come up on the stage, challenge us where we're using your scholars. If you think that some of your scholars got it wrong, or some of the other scholars are what you follow, come and bring that up for us. It's an opportunity for us to learn as well, right? Because we're not saying that the documentary hypothesis is the only way to interpret the text. There are other hypotheses out there. There's the fragmentary hypothesis. There are some of the other ones out there. I keep forgetting the names of a couple of others. And there's the European school of thought has a completely different view on it.
Bro, Yemeni is about to die. Look at him. I'm sorry. He's on by a thread. I'm sorry.
So I'm just wrapping up with this because bring those up. We'll have our discussion, and let's see where we end up with. All right.
Yeah.
Barakallahu feekum, okay.
Barakallahu feekum. Well, alhamdulillah, it has been a successful stream, and of course, we do not measure the success by how many people we speak to, or how many views we have, or any of that nonsense. The success is in what we convey and how accurately we convey it. And of course, anything that we have said that is accurate and that is good has come from Allah, and any mistake we have made is from our own deficiencies. So alhamdulillah, inshallah, those who have paid full attention to the 2.5 hours that we spent bringing this painstaking research forward, inshallah, you can, as we said before, take it in, internalize it, research it, and objectively look at it, you know, especially to our Jewish and Christian cousins in faith, it's going to be hard. We understand from that point of view that it's going to be hard to be able to believe in something for a significant amount of time and then be told you have to, you know, stop and actually question it. But the question you have to ask yourselves is, what's more important to you? Sticking to that which you're comfortable with, which could potentially lead you astray if it hasn't already, or the truth? What's more important? And we've asked a lot of fundamental questions, not just in this episode, but in our previous episodes and with other streams as well. I mean, we just want you to think on those fundamental questions and ask yourselves, how can we evidence our faith? And unfortunately, today, no one was able to, you know, present their evidence in such a way where they can actually say with absolute certainty that, you know, what they have is something that they can trust 100% with evidence. All right. So, inshallah, let that be something that you take away from this. May Allah guide our Jewish and Christian cousins to Islam and open their minds, you know, to the reality of what they hold to be true, and understand that what we are offering is something that is far superior in terms of evidentiary certainty. So with that being said, normally I would advertise Rihatul Arab, but I'm too tired to do that. So go to Rihatul Arab, you know what to do, blah, blah, blah.
And go to Islam God Answers and hit the subscribe button now.
Yeah. With that being said, Barakallah Feekum. We are back. So we will have a stream, inshallah, on Saturday evening. Not sure what it is yet. Give me 24 hours to wake up, and then I'll upload something, and we'll carry on. And we will be doing Ramadan streams. So after Taraweeh or late at night, we will be going through another book on Aqidah, a bit more advanced, inshallah, to carry on what we did from last year. Subhanallah, how it's already been. So that's what we'll be prioritizing. No other streams apart from that. So that will be a daily thing. And of course, we'll skip Laylatul Qadr so that we can prioritize the ibadat rather than watching a stream, even though it is on Islamic knowledge. But we'll still skip that to prioritize our ibadat. And then we're going to be back after Ramadan, continuing with this. And of course, the 15th of Feb, which is a Saturday, we're doing Revelation and Compilation Part 1 of the Hosea Narrative series. So inshallah, tune in for that. It's going to be another
8 hours.
Well, it took us 3 hours just to present our information last time. We actually had to do 2 streams because just to allow guests to come on, subhanallah. But it will be something similar to that. And especially with the Quran, we've decided that after our presentation, we'll have guests come on, but then we'll do a separate stream a week later to give you guys an opportunity to go and research the Quran so that you can, you know, attack that more vigorously than you attack these streams. Because at the end of the day, we want you to attack the Quran as much as possible so that when you realize that it is indeed impregnable, it is indeed preserved, then you have no choice except to accept Islam. So with that being said, Jazakumullah khairan. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم